Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Did you tell her to get away from me? She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whack and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please. How y'all feeling? You feel good? Excuse me. Well, let's get this going. Today, the name of the show is Empty Souls. I was struggling with coming up with a title for the show today. A lot of stuff going on. I definitely want to talk about Candace Owens. I want to talk about Russia's terrorist attack. Other things. I didn't want to make it completely about Candace Owens, like, even though I think there's a lot of sides that can be looked at related to that. If you didn't know, Candace Owens got fired. But they didn't say she got fired. They say they have ended their relationship, her and the Daily Wire. And a lot of people are saying it's based on the comments related to Israel. So yeah, we'll talk about Israel and Palestine. It's really always difficult to talk about that topic. I think it's one of the, it's a big thing that's going on. I mean, there's other things going on. You got Congo and Africa, Anyways, yeah, so Empty Souls. Let's look at the definition of soul right quick. Merriam-Webster's definition. Sharon. Merriam-Webster. Soul. The immaterial essence, animating principle, or actuating cause of an individual life. The spiritual principle embodied in human beings, all rational and spiritual beings, or the universe. Or the universe. A person's total self. An active or essential part. A moving spirit. The moral and emotional nature of human beings. The quality that arouses emotion and sentiment. Spiritual or moral force or fervor. Person. Personification. A strong positive feeling as of intense sensitivity and emotional fervor, conveyed especially by African American performers. Cultural consciousness and pride among people of African heritage. Soul music, soul food, soul brother. Adjective. Of relating to or characteristic of Black Americans of their culture. It will feature various local musicians such as Faith, Rayshawn, Starworth, and Jamal Steele, all who embody a hip hop and soul style to their music. This one, it says, noun, in suggesting a mysterious correspondence between a person's inner world and the physical world, stories of St. Patrick Purgatory began to map out a landscape of the soul that mirrored the landscape of the earth, spanning the highest and holiest pinnacles in the most desolate abysses. There is no structures or surgeries to make his soul whole again. You know, they have the term that says as above, so below. You know, as above, so below. You know, when you think about an atom and the way it looks, kind of theoretically, because it is tough to actually look at an atom all the way down because the parts keep getting smaller and smaller. But for our understanding of what an atom looks like, we know that, you know, the way our solar system moves looks similar, you know, and if you want to expand that to the universe as a whole, and, you know, the planets make up the solar systems, the planets, the sun, they make up parts of the universe as a whole. And for us, in all things in nature, the atoms make up parts of the whole. And so, you know, you can think about that in humans, animals, plants, making up parts of the whole universe, right? So empty souls, the idea is like a vessel that it's alive, but its consciousness has been dampened or unused, you know, like an empty vessel, like a cup that has nothing in it. It still has value. It has value because it can, you can put something in it and it can hold it. So, but its value is diminished because it doesn't have anything in it. Its usefulness is diminished. So, thinking of humans, thinking of the idea of consciousness, thinking of the idea of a soul, an empty soul would be one who walks around in like a Sims game, and because they're empty, they can be filled up with whatever, you know. And you have the powers that be that want to do the things that they want to do, and they use people for their means. So the perfect vessel for to be used is one who is empty inside already. It's looking for something to fill it, because the cup wants to be used. You know, it wants to be filled with something. So it can have a usefulness, a purpose, you know, and that gives it its value. So humans that walk around, they have little value. They don't have any purpose, you know. There's always powers that be that want to fill that vessel with something. Now, this is kind of like thinking about the yin and the yang too, as far as there's not always nefarious actors that want to fill that vessel. It could be filled by someone who has good intentions or an entity that has good intentions. It's just that, you know, with the media, propaganda, you know, what we consume daily, the majority of it doesn't have good intentions for filling that vessel. It has its own personal intentions, which, depending on the individual, could be good or bad. It's just that it's most likely to not be good for that individual that's being filled. You know, if you can find something purpose, you can find something that fills you, that gives you usefulness, you know, there's not space for them to fill your cup with basically nonsense. You know, what do they say? The idle hands is the devil's playground, something like that. You know, and I think about that all the time, and it's like if I try to stay busy, and I think that that's a good thing to do, because when you are idle, when you don't have anything that you're trying to accomplish or working towards, then you easily guide it into this way or that way or whatever. And like I say, a lot of times there's going to be negative things. So, and, you know, the powers that be, you know, the powerful institutions, corporations, so forth and so on, they prefer, you know, unenlightened, you know, unmotivated populace, people who are empty inside and they're trying to fill it with buying stuff. You know, they try to put their value. How many people do you know that they're always talking about, you know, their car or their house, or, you know, some kind of material thing that they have, how much money they have, you know, how much they make at their job or whatever. You know, the reason why they talk about this stuff all the time is because that's what they feel has value, and that's what they feel gives them value. Their value is based on the things that they have, you know, as opposed to their character, their integrity, or the things that they can do for others, you know, their place in the universe. Their value is totally based on material things, which is fulfilling that empty vessel or that empty soul, you know. So, but at the end of the day, those things don't fill you up. You still feel empty, you know. You want more meaning, you know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I think I'm gonna come back to it. I just got distracted. I can't be looking at the screen while I'm talking all the time. It's too many distractions. Anyways, I'm gonna come back to that. Somebody comes in here, we're gonna go back and chop it up about that idea. Empty souls, empty vessels, empty cups. I think we have a lot of that. A lot of people like that walking around, you know, and it's not necessarily evil, but it can be evil. And it's likely to be evil because evil is going to fill that. Anything can fill that space. So many people walking around with no guidance, no direction, you know, so much fake news, so much misinformation, you know, those, what is it? The 7 deadly sins, you know, those lower self things are what you default to when you're empty, you know, the envy, the jealousy, the gluttony, you know, the wrath. Those things give you meaning because it's like in that emotion, in that feeling, it's real. It's a real thing. So then there you finally feel something that's real, you know, that affects you, that you can feel. And you're like, oh, and you just go all the way into it to fill your cup, you know. But if you have other things that fill you, you know, like you focus on character, integrity, truth, justice, you know, altruism, you know, higher self things, then those 7 deadly sins, those things don't sway you as much. They don't have as much power because your cup is already filled with these other things. Anyways, let's look at some headlines. AP. Top headline. Putin says gunmen who raided Moscow concert hall tried to escape to Ukraine. Kyiv denies involvement. The suburban Moscow concert hall where gunmen opened fire on concert goers was blackened, smoldering ruin as the death toll in the attack surpasses 130 and Russian authorities arrested 4 suspects. Yeah, big news right here. A lot to read into with this one too. You know, it's wartime, active wartime for them. So, you know, they're at war with Ukraine. So a terrorist attack is another form of war. You know, you try to get at someone and you can't get at them traditional ways, then you use terror to do so. And it can be really effective. Really sad times, you know. There's a lot to read into this. So we got talks of ISIS claiming responsibility. You can tie some of that related to Israel by secondhand. And then you have, you know, Ukraine, of course, want to get back at Russia any way they can. So then these people were getting paid to do this thing. Like, man, see, there goes the empty vessel again. Like you're walking around and somebody could just pay you to go do like a terrorist attack like this. What, you think that you're not going to, like, you know, they're using you as a freaking crash dummy. Like, like there's no way somebody could convince me to do that. Where am I at in my life where I could be convinced to go do a terrorist attack for some money? Now, people who do terrorist attacks for like what they believe in, that's a bit different, but to get paid, like I'm going to get paid. Like you're never going to get the chance to spend that money, buddy. Like if you live through this. It says, what we know after the Islamic State group claims responsibility for Moscow massacre. It says deadly attack on Moscow concert hall shakes Russian capital and sows doubt about security. So that's the point of it, is to make Russia look weak. You know, they can't even protect their own citizens. And it's to cause this internal division within the country of Russia. So its people can be like, look, y'all can't even protect us. Y'all can't keep us safe. We need a new government or whatever. Like, that is the point. It says the Moscow concert hall attack wasn't the first during Putin's 25-year rule. He just got reelected too. You know, Navalny died in a prison, and he was like his biggest opposition. And for this election, he basically didn't have much opposition. You know, you try to oppose Putin, you end up dead or in jail. Like, this guy's not playing with y'all. We want to look at this. Let's look at this article a little bit. Is there a video? It's not going to show anything crazy, is it? That I possibly can't share. I don't want anything that's too dramatic. Let's see. Daily attack in concert hall. It's going to be one of those info videos. Several gunmen burst into a large concert hall in Moscow and sprayed the crowd with automatic gunfire. So what? They set the place on fire and they shot people. The assailants threw explosives, triggering a massive blaze at the hall, according to the Russian news outlets. The attack, which Russian authorities are investigating as terrorism, is the deadliest in Russia in recent years. That's part of the reason why it's making big news. It says, indeed, the tragedy happened. Firefighters are working in Crocus. The area of the fire is significant. Everything else will be clear after the firefighters finish their work. When I first saw the pictures, I thought it was within a school because it looked like a college room, like a classroom, one of those big classrooms with the concert like style seating. And that was my first thought, that it was a terrorist attack within the school in Russia. Says the Islamic State group has claimed responsible for the attack in a statement posted on affiliated channels on social media. Islamic State group. It says it was not immediately possible to verify the authenticity of the claim. You know, it makes you wonder, you know, what reason would the Islamic State group have grievances with Russia to want to do this? Something fishy. It's who wrote this? Oh, because it's AP, it doesn't give that. It says Moscow AP, the suburban Moscow Music Hall, where gunmen opened fire on concertgoers, was black and smoldering ruins Saturday as the death toll in the attack surpassed 130, and Russian authorities arrested 4 suspects. President Vladimir Putin claimed they were captured while fleeing to Ukraine. Kyiv strongly denied any involvement in Friday's assault on the Crocus City Hall music venue in Krasnogorsk, and the Islamic State group Afghanistan affiliate claimed responsibility. An Afghanistan affiliate. What issue would they have with them? It says Putin did not mention IS in his speech to the nation, and Kyiv accused him and other Russian politicians of falsely linking Ukraine to the assault to stoke fervor for Russia's war on Ukraine, which recently entered its 3rd year. U.S. intelligence officials confirmed the claim by the IS affiliate. U.S. intelligence officials confirmed the claim. Really? ISIS bears sole responsibility for this attack. There were no Ukrainians' involvement whatsoever, National Security Council spokesman Adrian Watson said in a statement. How could they be so sure about that? You know, it just happened. You did an investigation and you came to these conclusions that fast? Fishy, fishy, fishy. The U.S. shared information with Russia in early March about a planned terrorist attack in Moscow and issued public warning to Americans in Russia, Watson said. Putin said authorities detained a total of 11 people in the attack. Russia also wounded more than 100. He called it a bloody, barbaric terrorist act and said Russian authorities captured the 4 suspects as they were trying to escape to Ukraine through a window prepared for them on the Ukrainian side of the border. So they're trying to escape to Ukraine, but Ukraine has no involvement. Russian media broadcast videos that apparently showed the detention and interrogation of the suspects, including one who told the cameras he was approached by an unidentified assistant to an Islamic preacher via a message app and paid to take part in the raid. Like I said, mercenaries get paid to do some. That's crazy. So like, yeah, it's a lot of videos floating around. I saw some of them. They're pretty gruesome and brutal because they beat these guys up pretty bad when they got them. It's floating around Twitter right now. Russian news reports identified the gunman as citizen of Tajikistan, a former Soviet republic in Central Asia that is predominantly Muslim and borders Afghanistan. Up to 1.5 million Tajiks have worked in Russia, and many have Russian citizenship. So, yeah, I mean, just because that would be, for the person that looks at this on the surface, they'll be like, okay, well, then, you know, he's a citizen of Tajikistan, you know, and he's Muslim. So, boom, it must be the Islamic people who are doing this terrorist attacks. It's like, oh, the Muslims are the ones that do terrorist attacks. So, I mean, it just all lines up. It makes sense. But if you were paying for this to be done and you wanted to make it look a certain way, then this is how you would do it. Because people aren't going to dig any deeper. They're just going to go with whatever the narrative says. You know, they've already been brainwashed that Islamic people are terrorists. So it's like, it's slam dunk. Tajikistan Foreign Ministry, which denied initial Russian media reports that mentioned several other Tajiks allegedly involved in the raid, did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the arrest. Many Russian hardliners called for a crackdown on Tajik migrants, but Putin appeared to reject the idea, saying no force will be able to sow the poisonous seeds of discord, panic, or disunity in our multi-ethnic society. So that's what I was saying earlier. Like, that's the whole point of it, is to, you know, he say poisonous seeds of discord, panic, or disunity in our multi-ethnic society. So trying to get, you know, people to break apart, point fingers at their own people, and, you know, break up the unity. It says he declared Sunday a day of mourning and said additional security measures were imposed throughout Russia. The number of deaths stood at 133, making the attack the deadliest in Russia in years. Authorities said the toll could still rise. The raid was a major embarrassment for the Russian leader and happened just days after he cemented his grip on the country for another 6 years in a vote that followed the harshest crackdown on dissent since the Soviet times. Harshest crackdown on dissent since the Soviet times. That could actually be true, but some commentators on Russian social media question how authorities who have relentlessly suppressed any opposition activists and Muslim independent media failed to prevent the attack despite the U.S. warnings. Despite U.S. warnings, so the U.S. are warning Russia that you're going to have a terrorist attack. Hey, you guys, you know, we don't really like what you're doing with Russia, and with Ukraine, and we're going to support Ukraine to fight against you and all of that. But, you know, also, we want to just let you know, there's going to be a terrorist attack, so you should look out for that, you know? We're just trying to be friendly, you know? We wouldn't want anything to happen to the Russian citizens, innocent folks. The assault came 2 weeks after the U.S. Embassy in Moscow issued a notice urging Americans to avoid crowded places in view of imminent plans by extremists to target large Moscow gatherings, including concerts. Several other Western embassies repeated the warning. Earlier this week, Putin denounced the warning as an attempt to intimidate Russians. So they were telling Americans to look out for a terrorist attack and stay away from large crowds and groups and stuff. You know, just be safe. There could be a terrorist attack that happens in Russia coming up soon. So yeah. Investigators on Saturday combed through the charred wreckage of Investigators on Saturday combed through the charred wreckage of the hall for more victims. Hundreds of people stood in line in Moscow to donate blood and plasma, Russia's health ministry said. Putin's claim that the attackers tried to flee to Ukraine followed comments by Russian lawmakers who pointed the finger at Ukraine immediately after the attack. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky angrily rejected Moscow's accusations as an attempt by Putin and his lieutenants to shift the blame to Ukraine while treating their own people as expendables. So yeah, that's another narrative that's coming out on this, is people are saying that Russia did this as an excuse to escalate the war with Ukraine. So, but I just really can't, I mean, not to say Russia is, Putin is so great or whatever. I absolutely can't go with that idea that he wanted to kill his own people. I mean, call me naive. Call me naive. I don't think that Russia, Putin wants to, this people going to be angry. They're going to feel like Russia can't protect them, automatically they're going to think that way. So what benefit would it have to him? He's already escalating the war in Ukraine. He doesn't need an event like this as an excuse to escalate the war in Ukraine. It doesn't make sense. It says they are burning our cities and they are trying to blame Ukraine. They are burning our cities and they are trying to blame Ukraine, he said in a statement on a messaging app channel. They torture and sexually assault our people and they blame them. They drove hundreds of thousands of their terrorists here to fight us on our Ukrainian soil, and they don't care what happens inside their own country. So who was saying that? Zelensky? Well, he's a politician. That's his job. So images shared by Russian state media showed emergency vehicles still gathered outside the ruins of the concert hall, which could hold more than 6,000 people and hosted many big events, including 2013 Miss Universe beauty pageant that featured Donald Trump. On Friday, crowds, they got to tie every freaking story. That's what Doc was saying in the other thing. He was like, they tie everything to Donald Trump. Like, oh my God, bro. Like, can't say a story without freaking throwing Donald Trump's name in there. Somehow connected. On Friday, crowds were at the venue for a concert by Russian rock band Picnic. Video posted online showed gunmen in the venue shooting civilians at point-blank range. Damn. Russia's news reports cited authorities and witnesses as saying the attackers threw explosive devices that started a fire, which eventually consumed the building and caused its roof to collapse. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Regardless of how you feel about Putin, regardless of how you feel about like Russia as a whole, the citizens of Russia aren't your enemy. These people are innocent civilians. Like, they don't have anything to do with nothing. They're just going about their life, going to watch a concert or whatever. Like, they are not your enemy. They shouldn't be combatants. Like, how did we get here where everyone is an other and everyone is a combatant and there's no innocent civilians? Only evil folks would lead down that road to think like that. The government of a people is not the same as the people. There has to be a degrees of separation there. It says Dave Primov, who survived the attack, told the AP that the gunmen were shooting directly into the crowd in the front rows. He described the chaos in the hall as concertgoers raced to escape. People began to panic, started to run, and collided with each other. Some fell down and others trampled on them. Damn, man, that's so shitty how people do a lot of times, and you can't really blame them per se or whatever, but whenever something crazy happens and people just freaking step on people, like people die from getting trampled on, don't fall down around a group of humans when they're panicking. You might not die from the terrorists, Might die by your friends and neighbors walking on you. Self-preservation, I guess. After he and others crawled out of the hall into nearby utility rooms, he said he heard pops from small explosives and smelled burning as the attackers set the building ablaze. By the time they got out of the massive building 25 minutes later, it was engulfed in flames. Had it been just a little longer, we could simply get stuck there in the fire, Pramod said. Messages of outrage, shock, and support for the victims and their families streamed in from around the world. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said in a statement that the U.S. condemned the attack and noted that the Islamic State group is a common terrorist enemy that must be defeated everywhere. See, there goes that again. So, you know, the U.S. condemns the attack, but, you know, hey, the Islamic State group is a common terrorist enemy that must be defeated everywhere. It's like a narrative there. Islamic terrorists just terrorizing the whole world. Like Muslim folks, just born terrorists, just want to terrorize the whole world. And they must be defeated everywhere. Like, how would you even go about doing that? Like, how could you accomplish that if that were true? IS, which lost much of its ground after Russia's military action in Syria, has long targeted Russia. In a statement posted by the group's AMAC news agency, IS Afghanistan affiliates said it had attacked a large gathering of Christians in Krasnogorsk. So they don't like Christians, they don't like Russians. Yeah, man. And people are not going to see through this. This is going to work. The group issued a new statement Saturday on AMAC saying the attack was carried out by 4 men who used automatic rifles, a pistol, knives, and firebombs. It said the assailants fired at the crowd and used knives to kill some concertgoers, casting the raid as part of IS' ongoing war with countries that it says are fighting Islam. So the people, these countries are fighting Islam. So these people decide to terrorize those countries. You know, makes sense, right? In October 2015, a bomb pointed by IS downed a Russian passenger plane over Sinai, killing 224 people aboard, most of them Russian vacation goers returning from Egypt. The group, which operates mainly in Syria and Iraq, but also in Afghanistan and Africa, also has claimed several attacks in Russia, volatile Caucasus, and other regions in the past years. They recruited fighters from Russia and other parts of the former Soviet Union. The group's Afghanistan affiliate is known variously as ISIS-K or ISK, taking the name from Khorasan province, a region that covered much of Afghanistan, Iran, and Central Asia in the Middle Ages. You know what's crazy about this is that earlier it said the people that are attacking Muslim nations or whatever, but these people are getting paid to do this, right? So if they were doing it, you know, in the name of Islam or whatever, then why would they be motivated by money? Why would it be that they got paid, you know, to go out there and do these attacks? So it's like, hey, I want to fight for Russia, but hey, I'm not going to do anything unless somebody pays me for it. You know what? I need to make some money, you know? Kids got to eat. You know, but if you were a nefarious actor and you had a bag full of money and you had certain things that you wanted to get accomplished, then, you know, hey, hiring people to do that who look a certain way, who fit a certain narrative, would benefit what you're trying to do, because you're trying to get a certain perspective of the people to have, you know? You're trying to motivate a certain way of thinking, you know? And you got endless money. So, and there's plenty of people out there that's starving. They're empty vessels, empty souls to be poured into. So you just freaking be like, hey, you know, hey, anybody want to make some money? I got something for you to do. But, you know, like I say, the people aren't going to read into this any deeper than the surface. So it's just going to look a certain way, and it's going to accomplish the goal that these people are spending their money is trying to do. You know, covert actions, you know, CIA, NSA, Mossad. You guys go ahead and draw the lines. Just something to think about. Hey, I'm just a guy. But if you're taking this story on its face, then you need to think a little bit more, I would say. Where did I start? The affiliate has thousands of fighters who have repeatedly carried out attacks in Afghanistan since the country was seized in 2021 by the Taliban, a group with which they are bitter odds. So it says the affiliate has thousands of fighters who have repeatedly carried out attacks in Afghanistan. So these are, they have odds with the Taliban? Wait a minute. The Taliban are very super religious, like ultra conservative Muslim group. So, and this group is fighting against countries who are going against Islam, but they're also fighting with the Taliban. Like, where is the logic in that? Help me understand. ISIS-K was behind the August 2021 suicide bombing at the Kabul airports that left 13 American troops and about 170 Afghans dead during the chaotic U.S. withdrawal. They also claimed responsibility for a bomb attack in Kerman, Iran in January that killed 95 people at the memorial procession. Yeah, I remember when this happened too, and they tried to make it sound like it was the Taliban who did that in Kabul airport, which the Taliban would have no benefit for doing that. They already had won. You know, the U.S. was leaving. What would be their benefit for doing that? On March 7th, just hours before the U.S. Embassy warned about imminent attacks, Russia's top security agency said it had thwarted an attack on synagogue in Moscow by an IS cell and killed several of its members in Kaluga region near the Russian capital. A few days before that, Russian authorities said 6 alleged IS members were killed in a shooting in Ingushetia in Russia's Caucasus region. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that, you know, you got a lot of covert efforts, you know, spy versus spy deals going on here. And this, what this story is screaming right here. It's screaming, you know, covert actions. It's screaming intelligence agencies. That's what I see. I mean, hey, I'm just a guy. Donald Trump's hush money trial. Let me see, what are they doing here? Trump's latest 2024 campaign fundraiser report shows him lagging behind Biden in cash. It's not going to matter. I heard that somebody's going to buy Truth Social. Says Trump says he's nearly $500 million in cash, but doesn't want to use it to pay New York judgment. He don't have that cash. U.S. Jews upset with Trump's latest rhetoric, says he doesn't get to tell. You know, somebody said that they were going to buy Truth Social for like, I don't know, billions of dollars or whatever. And the point of it is to give Trump the cash that he needs to pay to get out of his situation with New York. Because he don't have that money. You don't have that liquid cash. And somebody was saying, you know, he could just use the properties and just get loans based on those properties, unless there's already liens on those properties with other loans. You know, people think that these people, rich folks, they have so much liquid cash laying around. They don't. Facebook user, it gives you power. What were we talking about? That was a while ago too, like 27 minutes ago. I'm sorry I didn't see the comment. I was reading the article. But I don't know what you're talking about by it gives you power. I don't know what I was talking about 20 minutes ago. Talking about souls. I was probably still talking about empty souls. Let's see. Do we have some more articles we want to look at before we move on? I'm definitely going to come back to the Russia attack deal. So the main things I want to cover today is that, Candace Owens, and Israel Palestine again. It says UN chief says it's time to truly flood Gaza with aid and cause starvation there and outrage. You know, that's why I kind of wanted to cover is because there's been a shift, and a lot of people are talking about it on the internet. There's been a shift, you know, people that have been holding out for the longest to condemn Israel for their atrocities in Palestine. Now you get to the point where people are literally starving to death over there. So it's like what the bombs couldn't do to shift the sentiment, the starvation is doing is actually doing, accomplishing it, you know, because you look at the overall strategy of Israel, and you know this result is part of their agenda. Like this is what they were trying to do. You know, it's not a byproduct. It's not an accident that you have all these people starving in Palestine. It's totally innocent civilians, and you want to call all of them Hamas or whatever. You want to say that Hamas won't distribute the food to the people and that's why they're starving or whatever. You want to keep on believing that kind of stuff, you're welcome to do it. But you're naive, you know, or you're bigoted, one or the other. Because the reality is that, you know, this is part of the plan. And a lot of people are finally coming around to be like, bro, like this is really, really extra over the top. It's like when you watch videos of people in Ethiopia starving to death. That guy who took that really famous photo of this kid who was starving, a baby basically, like on the edge of death, and it had like a buzzard waiting for him to die, like just sitting there waiting. And the guy took the photo. Later on, the guy committed suicide. Like, you know, what he saw maybe really pushed him over the edge. You know, he won a prize for that, got rich and famous off of it, but it wasn't good enough to fill his empty vessel. And he eventually committed suicide. It wasn't long after that. So, you know, hunger is a thing. You know, I grew up kind of poor, so I know about being hungry. And that's why I really hate, especially children, to see them hungry. And I'll feed somebody in a heartbeat. Like that's the main thing I'll do. Like if I can't do anything else, I will feed someone. At the very least, you know, I fed someone. They ate. They're not hungry for today. You know, maybe tomorrow it'll be a different story, but today they ate. You know, and like watching TV, like I say, the Ethiopian people, you know, they have the commercials where the fly lands on the kid's face or whatever, and then they ask you to donate money. And it's like, oh, it's only a penny a day or 10 cents a day. You can save a child in Ethiopia or whatever. Most of the money goes to some freaking body that's just trying to make money, you know, but they pulled on your heartstrings, and that hunger thing really worked. And so then that's what it is now with the Israel deal with Palestine, and the images that were coming out for the longest of the children getting blown into pieces, like the stuff that's been on Twitter, man, since October 7th has been horrible. Like not just Twitter, everywhere. And these are real life ass images, like some stuff I would rather not have seen. But those images didn't have the impact that this starvation thing is having now. So yeah. UN chief says it's time to truly flood Gaza with aid and cause starvation there and outrage. You know, a lot of people can't deal with it anymore. And it's like they were doing the airdrops. The airdrops was sparse and inaccurate, landing in the ocean and shit, landing on people and shit. Freaking Israel was using it as an opportunity to shoot people and shit. Like, terrible, terrible, terrible. It says Washington approves 228 million in U.S. military aid to 3 Baltic states. Estonia says worldwide support pours in for Kate, the Princess of Wales, after shocking cancer reveal. Yeah, man, I don't know, man. I mean, like, you know, what else is going on as far as like, why is this a story? Like, people get cancer. Like, I really don't understand the fascination with the UK royals, if you will. Like, my heart goes out to any person who has cancer, but her any more than anybody else, no. You know, oh, we're so upset. We gotta cry, you know. It's really unfortunate that old girl has cancer and nobody has it too. Like, it's a lot of people out here got cancer, bro. It doesn't make a news story. Sorry if I just don't have the same sentiments of being so concerned with the UK's royal fucking family. You know, the people, they get to live cush as wonderful as lives. They probably got the best as doctors possible, you know. You know, the regular person in the UK probably don't. Senegal to elect its next president after months of unrest. Senegalese head to the polls to vote in a tightly contested presidential election marred by months of unrest that has threatened democracy in one of West Africa's most stable nations. As India's election nears, some Bollywood films promote Modi politics by embracing Hindu nationalism. Man, these people are racist as F, bro. Like, ridiculous. Over the top racist. Crazy. They're all brown people. Oh, God. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with post-colonization, but I don't think so. Says a pro-West diplomat and ally of populist premier to meet and run off for Slovakia's presidency. I'm sure you don't care about that. Says as election nears, Venezuelan government keeps arresting opponents allegedly trying to be tied to criminal plots. I think I need a voice break. And we're gonna come back to these headlines, hopefully. Let me see what I want to do. Twitter's got some dangerous stuff on it. A minute and a half. Nasty surprise for Putin. I think I want to play that. Let's do this one first. Jeremy Corbyn, since we mentioned the UK. He's talking about Palestine.
Do you think anything is going to change if there is a decision in favor of the South African application?
Everything is incremental. Every time you step out on the street and wave a Palestinian flag and say, stop the killing of Palestinian people, every time somebody, me or anyone else, speaks up in a parliament, that's an incremental difference. And the arguments about the arms trade, the supply of weapons to Israel, and the fact that President Biden sought to bypass Congress because he was afraid of the reaction there in order to send more weapons to Israel indicates a weakness in his position. And so this weekend, we've got demonstrations all over the world. There's a voice of ordinary people who are just appalled what's going on. And also, I want to say thank you to those people in Israel that signed in support of the South African application to the International Court of Justice, and those in Israel that have been demonstrating against the occupation of the West Bank and of Gaza, because they want also to be able to live in peace. It's not going to happen tomorrow, that I know. But if we just walk by on the other side and ignore what's happening to the Palestinian people, then we become complicit.
Incremental change. That's a curse word to me. I really don't like that term, incremental change. Like, is that really change? Is anything really happening? And I get what he's saying as far as each little pushback is important, and it is important, but I don't like that term, incremental change. I think the powers that be love that term. It's like basically nothing's really happening. Like, we can keep on going as business as usual with all this incremental change going on. And the left champions that incremental change bullshit. You know, we can't just change everything overnight. It has to be incremental change. I agree that you can't make super change overnight. No, you can't. But you can't make much change at all with incremental change either. I'm trying to be careful how I say this, because there is when you're traveling down a road and you're going into a certain direction and you're ultimately reaching a destination, that's incrementally, right? But you need a change of thinking to gain that direction, like a dramatic change in thinking to gain the direction that you want to go. Sometimes you might need to make a U-turn, and that is something that incremental change is not. It's not making a U-turn. And I think that's what we need. We need a freaking U-turn. We messed
Do you
up.
think anything is support of?
We messed up. We need to go back. Type shit. I'm gonna jump around a bit, I think. I'm gonna jump around a bit between these two topics of Israel, Palestine, and the Russian thing. Let me play this right here.
Back in the East. With this money, Ukraine will be able to fight back in the East, but it will also be able to accelerate the asymmetric warfare that has been most effective on the battlefield. And as I said in Kyiv 3 weeks ago, this supplemental funding will ensure Putin faces some nasty surprises on the battlefield. With this money, Ukraine will be able to fight back in the East, but it will also be able to accelerate the asymmetric warfare that has been most effective on the battlefield. And as I said in Kyiv 3 weeks ago, this supplemental funding will ensure Putin faces some nasty surprises on the battlefield.
Let's break down these couple of comments. This is only 24 seconds, but it was a lot. So February 22nd, 2024, Victoria Nuland on the war in Ukraine. So let's hold on.
With this money, Ukraine will be able to fight back in the East, but it will also be able to accelerate the asymmetric warfare that has been most effective.
With this money, they'll be able to fight back. And what did she say? Most effective tactics.
Warfare that has been most effective on the battlefield.
Most effective on the battlefield. She added on the battlefield, but I think that when they say on the battlefield, they'll mean the whole plane, like not necessarily soldier against soldier. But she's like, with this money, they'll be able to fight back most effectively.
And as I said in Kyiv 3 weeks ago, this supplemental funding will ensure Putin faces some nasty surprises on the battlefield.
So he'll face some nasty surprise. She keeps saying on the battlefield. I think that's to throw you off a bit, but it's like nasty surprises with this money. And then we're talking about what happened in Russia with the terrorist attack. And we know that those people were paid to do this terrorist attack. And we also know that that terrorist attack was a nasty surprise for Putin. Who posted this? Jimmy Dore posted this. It says America is the world's terrorist. No other terrorist organization comes close to the number of countries terrorized, civilians killed, people displaced, governments coup, or the amount of infrastructure destroyed. We are number one. It says, but Anna Kasparian, these are comments, but Anna Kasparian just told me that the CIA doesn't do stuff like this anymore. It says, for the record, Jimmy Dore is not feeling suicidal. Another one, it says, all wars are banker wars. Another one, America only exists in the psyche of the peasants. That's an interesting comment right there. Because I like to talk about the corporations and how, we're like, buy American, American corporations, da-da-da-da-da. But these corporations don't have any real allegiance to the American people. They'll move their factories overseas in a heartbeat if it's going to save them money. A lot of these corporations are multinational, conglomerates, they might have their home base here in the United States, but they're not really like aligned with the American people's, plight. They could care less. It's another market for them, I don't, so he's saying the idea of America only exists in the psyche of the peasants. So it's like the people talking about nationalism and nationalists and all of this, but these corporations aren't thinking like that. Clearly they're not. So why should we support them in that way and, act like they are really out for us, like they're on the same team with us? Another comment says, it's the 1% ruling class bankers who own and control America and its military, just like they own and control the governments and military around the world, genius. Another one, it says, oh, it's the maiden cookie monster again, the mistress of nasty surprises. It says, Russia, Germany, Israel, and China come very close. I'd agree with that, actually. Another comment says, damn, sad but true. It says, it's time for change, Kennedy 2024. He has zero chance. It says, yay, go America. This is odd how Victoria Nuland was just in Ukraine last month for what they called an emergency meeting. Or what were they organizing? It says, hi, Jamie, America is an idea. America doesn't do anything. People do things, use their names. That kind of goes with what we were saying a minute ago. America is an idea. Says if only they cared about our own country's sovereignty and border integrity. They don't have that doesn't benefit them in any way. I was watching a video where they were talking about the immigration deals, and like the guy was talking about labor, and he was like, labor is my deal. So then it's not a racial thing, it's everyone, So but for your labor to have value, then there has to be like a certain amount of scarcity, if you will, to understand it in economic terms. But if you're just letting people come in to work from everywhere, then that puts a downward pressure on wages for the people that are here, you know, and then it benefits the corporations because they can just pay people pennies. They're going to find another guy to do your job. A break.
Really grown. You know, when I did this, by the way, the priest who baptized me said, you know, Christians won't accept you. You'll still be a Jew. And I said, well, I am. That's my race. I'm a Jew. I'm proud of my race. It's a great race. It's done many, many great things, including write the Bible. And, you know, I am a Jew. But that hasn't happened at all. Christians have welcomed me with open arms, except this Christ the King anti-Semitic crowd. Christ is the King. And one day every knee will bow and recognize it because he's not just my king, he's king of the universe. But when you use that phrase to mean that God has abandoned his chosen people, the Jews, through whom he came into this world incarnate, and that he's broken his promises, his covenant with the Jews, you are quoting scripture like Satan does in the Bible. You are quoting scripture to your purposes. And that to me is specifically wicked. You know, when you spit that phrase at Ben Shapiro, my friend Ben Shapiro, and you know, I understand this. All of you who love Ben, and I love Ben and Jordan Peterson, you all want to see them find Jesus because you know what joy and freedom that gives you, and you certainly feel that it alters your relationship with God. But when I think about this, to be honest with you, you know, and I know some people will disagree with this, but life is not a game show where you guess the name of God and you get to go to heaven. Honk, you know, yes, the name is Jesus. I look at Ben's life and I think if Ben were to embrace Jesus Christ, it would cause devastation to his family, to the people who love him, to the people who listen to him, to his position in the world. I just have this feeling that God has put this guy where he wants him to do what he wants him to do. And as you know, I feel that, you know, the Jews were not abandoned by God.
But were other people abandoned by God? Bro, this guy's all over the place. Like he said, the Jews is a race. You know, as an anthropologist, I don't believe in, you know, I feel like it's a social construct, you know, race. But even by the definitions of what race is, how do you say that Jewish is a race? You know, is it a faith or is it a race? You know, I don't see how you could say that or whatever. Like, that doesn't really make sense to me. And like this guy, the stuff this guy is saying here, if Shapiro accepted, then he said Jesus, he was like choosing the name of God, and he said Jesus is God, but aren't you Jewish? Come on, help me understand. And then he's like, if Ben Shapiro accepts Jesus, it's gonna hurt his family. Like, what is the point? What are you trying to say, bro? It's Anomaly posted this. It says, the more you listen to these people, the more you learn how dishonest and fake they are. Andrew Cleveland on the Daily Wire compares saying Christ is king to Satan using scriptures and calls it anti-Semitic. I don't even know if I can get that from what he was saying, because like it didn't make much sense, really, what he was saying. And I think this is what happens when you when you dodge truth so much, your thought process becomes sporadic, chaotic, and incomprehensible. So yeah, you know that the United States, you know, the headline is the United States put forth a ceasefire at the UN Assembly, and Russia, China, and what was the other one? Algeria, they vetoed it So it makes it looks like United States is finally calling for a ceasefire in Palestine, but Russia, China, and Algeria vetoed it. But there's a lot more to it than that. I don't know if I can play this whole thing right now because I don't want to bore the hell out of y'all. It's 12 minutes. And I have some other clips that's more concise. But this one, it says, here's the full speech of the Algerian UN ambassador destroying the pathetic, depraved U.S. and genocide Joe PR stunt at the UN to pretend like they're trying to stop Gaza genocide as they fund and arm it and try to displace blame on China and Russia. Let me see if he gets to the point a little bit at the beginning. Let's see, because I'm not going to play all of this.
Thank you, Mr. President. I address to you today not only as representative of Algeria, but also as a representative of the whole Arab world.
Can we speed this up?
Witnessing the unfolding tragedy in Palestine. Our region is devastated by the violence inflicted upon the Palestinian people. Live scenes of destruction and killing, inflicting profound suffering, are not bearable anymore. Since the beginning of the aggression against the Palestinian people, the Arab group have consistently called to put an end to this carnage. Only by ceasing hostilities, we can alleviate the immense suffering and ensure that large-scale humanitarian assistance reaches those in need. For this purpose, we presented last month a draft resolution who garnered significant support within the Security Council, but it was ultimately vetoed. We firmly believe that its adoption could have saved thousands of lives of innocent people. It is beyond any doubt that Resolution 2712 and 2720 have fallen short due to the absence of a clear demand for a ceasefire. Those who believe that the Israeli occupying power will choose to uphold its international legal obligation are mistaken. They must abandon this fiction. Mr. President, since the circulation of this draft resolution over a month ago, Algeria has participated actively and in good faith in the negotiation process, proposing reasonable edit to achieve a more balanced and acceptable text. We acknowledge the effort made by the U.S. delegation, especially Ambassador Greenfield, in accommodating some of our proposals. However, our core concerns remained unaddressed, despite the many circulated revised versions. Throughout this process, we emphasized relentlessly the urgency of an immediate ceasefire to prevent further loss of life. We echoed the demand of millions of people and humanitarian actors for an immediate cessation of hostilities. Regrettably, the draft resolution falls short of our expectations. It fails to adequately address these main issues and the immense suffering enduring by the Palestinian people. Over 5 months, the conflict in Gaza has resulted in the tragic loss of life of more than 32,000 Palestinian lives. 32,000 Palestinian lives. More than 74,000 injuries, with 12,000 suffering permanent disabilities. These are not mere statistics. They represent lives. They represent dreams. They represent hopes who have been destroyed. Alarmingly, the text avoids mentioning the responsibility of the Israeli occupying power. These individuals were not lost due to acts of self-harm. They were killed. Their perpetrators must be held accountable. For us, in the Arab world, in the Islamic nation, in the whole world, Palestinians' lives undeniably matter. Mr. President, the text presented today does not convey a clear message of peace. It tacitly allows for continuing civilian casualties and lack clear safeguard to prevent further escalation. It is a laissez-passer to continuing killing the Palestinian civilian. The emphasis on measures, I quote, on measures to reduce civilian harm from ongoing and future operation implies a license for continuing bloodshed. In this context, we are particularly concerned about a potential military operation in Rafah. Such a military operation would have devastating consequences.
Basically, the language in the ceasefire resolution isn't really calling for a ceasefire. You know, it's kind of like how when they name bills certain things and it's not really what it is once you read the bill. And that's kind of what they're doing here. But it also shows that, you know, there's pressure. Like I was saying earlier, with the starvation, it's causing a shift. And, you know, we're in a political, you know, we're in an election year. And the Democrats are concerned that this Palestine situation can cause them to lose the election. So they're trying to save face. They've got a PR campaign going on to make it appear that the United States has changed position or whatever and is like doing what they can. But then there's people. It's kind of like what the Democrats always do is that they're like, you know, hey, we tried to do such and such, but our hands are tied, you know, such and such over here stopped us from doing it. We really had great intentions to get it done, but, you know, we couldn't get it done because of such and such, you know, and that's what they're doing here. It's their playbook, you know, it's what they're the one play that they play over and over again, and it works. And I think that this will work too, to a large extent. But that's the reason why I wanted to cover this is because you know, they want to appear that they're trying to do something, but they're really not, you know, and it's all a play on words, and the language in the resolution is not leading to an actual ceasefire whatsoever. So yeah, I'm gonna come back to that because I have some more that'll probably, hopefully, clear it up some more. Actually, let me see if I can find it right now. I think I have a YouTube video that will break it down better than that, because listening to him talk wasn't very easily understood. And then we're going to go into the Candace Owens thing in a minute. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Who broke it down really good? Boa, the fifth column, he cleared it up a bit. Was it Breaking Points who explained it good? Or was it Democracy Now? I don't remember. Let's look at Breaking Points. I think they may have cleared it up. 1 second, y'all. We'll watch a little bit of this.
The United States put forward a resolution before the United Nations today, sort of somewhat pretending to call for a ceasefire. It was a major shift from the Biden administration, though it's far short of what people are demanding. To analyze this, we're joined by Trita Parsi, who is the executive vice president over at the Quincy Institute. This morning, he published a piece over at the Responsible Statecraft. I'm going to put this up on the screen here, titled Why U.S. Ceasefire Proposal Failed at UNSC. So go check that piece out over at Responsible Statecraft. Before we get to Dr. Parsi's analysis, let me play a little bit of Dr. Teresa Greenfield. This is the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, who's kind of lambasting China and Russia for vetoing this resolution.
After consulting with all council members and after multiple rounds of edits, the vast majority of this council voted in favor of this resolution. But unfortunately, Russia and China decided to exercise its veto. And now Russia and China will give you all sorts of explanations for its obstruction.
Man, the gall of these people, like, what happened? All of those previous ceasefire resolutions that came, and the United States was like the sole person, the sole one to vote against them. And why now? So now U.S. does a resolution, and you know, the other people are the ones, the other countries are the ones that are obstructionists, if you leave it to what this lady is saying.
But whether or not it will admit it, there are two deeply, deeply cynical reasons behind its votes. First, Russia and China still could not bring itself to condemn Hamas's terrorist attacks on October 7th. Can we just pause on that for a moment?
So, yeah, it's all about Israel and the attacks on Israel. And we need to condemn the attacks that Hamas did on Israel. But there's no need to condemn the actions of Israel, because Israel has the right to defend itself. Does the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? That's beside the point. We're talking about Israel right now. They have the right to defend themselves. So we need to condemn. You need to unilaterally condemn the acts of Hamas. Like, that's really, really important in this situation. And that's the reason why they are, you know, that's their obstructionist. That's their view. They're supporting terrorists.
Russia and China refuses to condemn Hamas for burning people alive, for gunning down innocent civilians at a concert, for raping women and girls, for taking hundreds of people hostage. This was.
What about the bread massacre? You know, the people who were killed who were just trying to get food. You know, what about condemning those actions? You know, what about the condemning of blowing up infrastructure, the universities and the hospitals?
It's the deadliest single attack on Jews since the Holocaust. And a permanent member of this council can't even condemn it. I'm sorry, it's really outrageous, and it's below the dignity of this body.
Oh.
The second reason behind this veto is not just cynical, it's also petty. Russia and China simply did not want to vote for a resolution that was penned by the United States, because it would rather see us fail than to see this council succeed.
Oh my God. So because it was penned by the United States, that's the whole reason why they are vetoing it. You know, they don't care about the Palestinian people. What they care about is making the United States look bad.
Even after inclusive consultations over weeks and weeks, even after negotiations and overwhelming council.
Okay, so Trita, what did the resolution after all of these drafts literally call for?
So the operative clause in this resolution is an unnecessarily complicated and convoluted one, which I think has characterized the manner in which the Biden administration has been approaching Gaza from day one. It does not call directly for or demand a ceasefire. It says that a ceasefire is imperative, and then it calls on supporting the process that the US is leading for a ceasefire. And that process is one that the US or the Biden administration has tried to make sure is following parameters that are acceptable to Israel. So it's not a ceasefire per se, it's the American effort for its desired version of ceasefire that this resolution calls for.
Which would drag it out until hopefully all the Palestinians are no longer here. Once Israel has accomplished its goal, then at that point, then we can have a ceasefire.
Moreover, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the language says that Security Council, quote, determines the imperative of an immediate and sustained ceasefire. So what does that?
That's the language. Determine the imperative of an immediate and sustained ceasefire. Determine the imperative of a sustained, ceasefire. Determine the imperative. That's the language.
Language mean determines the imperative.
So the strongest term that they could use there is to demand an immediate ceasefire. You have plenty of demands in the resolution itself, but not for this one critical operative clause. Instead, it is a weaker version. It is not as weak as it used to be. An earlier American draft from December said that the ceasefire should happen as soon as practicable. Which is a unique and unprecedented way of demanding it. It's a new depth in how we, yeah, exactly.
I remember that. As soon as practicable. We demand a ceasefire as soon as practicable.
New depth when it comes to using weak language. So in some ways, it's definitely shifting the US's position. Biden has moved on this. It hasn't moved far enough, clearly. And I think one thing that is really important here, 2 points that I'll make. First of all, the Algerians voting against this in some ways is actually more important than the Russians and the Chinese doing so. Of course, the Russians and the Chinese have a veto, so their negative vote kills the resolution. But as I think the US ambassador did point out, there was a bit of pettiness on the Russian side when it comes to this. It's not just because of the substance of this issue. The Algerian ambassador pointed out that he speaks not just for Algeria, but for the broader Arab world, and points out that this resolution does not call for an immediate ceasefire because of a weakening of language when it comes to Rafah. And the earlier version actually demanded that there should not be an incursion into Rafah, any attack on Rafah. This has now been changed. It's been moved to the preamble of the resolution rather than its operative clause. And this is also something that others ambassadors pointed out. This is not putting a strong red line in front of what everyone recognizes would be the most humanitarian disastrous move by the Israelis. And in that sense, interpreted that as a potential green light for the Israelis to go forward.
And the new resolution, as you point out in your piece, expresses, quote, concern that a ground offensive into Rafah would result in further harm to civilians, which that's nice of them to express concern. But as you say, that's quite different than an earlier version, which had demanded an invasion not happen. How did it come to pass that the ceasefire language got slightly tightened by the Biden administration, while at the same time, the language that would actually matter around the invasion of Rafah got weakened? What's your sense of internally why the United States moved that way?
I'm not entirely clear, but I'll say one thing, though. What we've seen from the Biden administration's approach to these issues is that it wants the Security Council to be a step behind the American co-led process of negotiations. So, for instance, earlier efforts to veto resolutions was very much because the US didn't believe that the negotiations were at the point where they wanted them to be. And they didn't want the Security Council to put pressure on the Israelis to move in the direction of an agreement to a ceasefire. The US wants the Security Council to follow what the US has already managed to achieve or not achieve. So as a result of that, I think these changes may reflect essentially that the US is now more confident in terms of where it can land on a ceasefire, given the latest round of diplomacy that is taking place, but not so much when it comes to Rafah. And as a result, that may explain this. But I think,
yeah, well, because Rafah is what they're trying to do right now, Israel. So they can't get in the way of what Israel is trying to do right now, and it also, it's like the incrementalism shit where, where we're working towards a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the people in Palestine are starving. Meanwhile, Israel is planning a ground offensive into Rafah, which is a tent city that has been created as a result of the war. And all of the people, well, a large amount of them have been pushed to the edge of Gaza Strip and are living in tents or whatever. And they're going to go in and do what? I don't know, try to engage combatants of women and children.
I think there's another thing that is really critical here in what the US ambassador said. She issued a clear warning in her comments to the Russian position, in which she said that if another resolution is put forward that does not endorse the diplomacy on the ground, then that will ensure that the council remains deadlocked, meaning the US will veto it. So essentially saying, if the Russians put forward a resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire, but it is not tied to the diplomacy on the ground, meaning the one that the US is leading, the one that the US is ensuring is fitting with what the Israelis want, then the US will veto it. And I think this is the crux of the matter. This was not a resolution about a ceasefire. This was a resolution essentially trying to endorse what the Biden administration is doing on the ground in terms of its so far completely unsuccessful and ineffective diplomacy.
Well, unsuccessful if we believe that they're trying to bring an end to the conflict. But it seems it puts the U.S. in a...
But successful in, basically allowing Israel to continue what they're doing, but having the Democrats or the Biden administration appear that they're trying to, stop Israel from doing what they're doing.
Tricky diplomatic position internationally because they have, Russia and China accused the U.S. of kind of deliberately misleading the international community by saying that this was an immediate ceasefire resolution, but then that you look at the actual text of it and it's much watered down. But by kind of misleading the world that the U.S. now supports an immediate ceasefire, it does seem that if Russia or China or somebody else puts forward an immediate ceasefire resolution, it does put the United States in a tricky spot, notwithstanding Linda Thomas Greenfield, preemptively saying that they're going to veto that. When they veto that, it will create this dissonance, won't it, between the public perception that the U.S. just said it was for a ceasefire and then the public action a couple days from now that we'll probably see of the U.S. vetoing an immediate ceasefire resolution.
So, yeah, so all of the headlines from all of the major news outlets was saying, United States is proposing immediate ceasefire in the war, Gaza, Hamas-Israel war. And then the headline says, Russia vetoed it. So that's the reason why it didn't go through. But what he's saying here is that, so if Russia or someone else puts forth a resolution that calls for immediate ceasefire, and then United States vetoes it now after the fact of coming with a ceasefire and saying that Russia or whoever vetoed it, then, the way it's going to look is like, okay, well, you guys were trying to do a ceasefire just a week ago and someone vetoed it, and then another one comes up and then you guys are the ones that veto it. So where are y'all really on this topic? But I think that this will work because the majority of the American people aren't going to cover this they're not going to dig into this and they're not going to see it for what it is. They're just going with the headlines and they don't read the articles and they don't read the language in the resolutions and they don't really understand what's happening. Whatever excuse that the United States gives for giving that veto that's most likely coming when a more real ceasefire resolution comes along, the people are going to eat it up and they're just going to go with it. So they don't really understand, don't even care to understand.
Whatever the US is gaining in terms of perception with the Russians and the Chinese now standing in the way of this resolution and any effort to try to shift the blame onto them will be lost the minute there is another resolution that is actually much more clear on this matter. And particularly if it is also clear on the condemnation of Hamas. I don't think the ambassador was correct in her point there, because the Russians and the Chinese did vote in favor of the Brazilian resolution, which was the first one that was put forward. That condemned Hamas twice in the text. And they voted in favor of that. So I don't think that talking point is going to have a lot of legs. And again, particularly if the next resolution is introduced, it's clear in terms of a demand for an immediate ceasefire. This connects to ceasefire from the hostage release. That's the other thing that is very clear in this text, in which it says that all hostages need to be released, but it's connected to the ceasefire. I think the ambassador from Guyana gave quite a fantastic statement there, pointing out that both of these things are unconditional. There should be an unconditional release of the hostages, and there should be an unconditional ceasefire. They should not be connected to each other, because if you do, and as I point out in my text, you're essentially taking 2.1 or 3 million Gazans, civilians, as hostages as well. And that would be equally unfair. So again, your point is quite fair. If it comes to another resolution, whatever short-lived benefit and political points that can be scored with Washington pointing out that the Russians have now put in a veto will be lost a week or two from now.
Yeah, so, it's election year. And I think that this topic right here is the one, besides immigration, that's going to have the greatest impact on the election. And so, like I like to say, that Democrats get paid to lose. And I don't think that they really want to win this election. At least it doesn't look like that they do. I think they're going to hand this election over to Trump as a result of this, I think, because the people that are paying attention, that do follow this stuff, on the Democratic side, are going to be not happy with this situation. And it's going to lead them to either vote for Trump or to stay home. And as a result, it's going to lead to Trump winning. So.
Last questions, setting aside the weakness and the hypocrisy of the resolution, what does it say that the administration did shift in this direction and feels like it needs to do this sort of global PR campaign at this moment?
Because of the starving of the Palestinians and all of the images that are coming out related to that. I mean, it's been pressure building for a long time, even before we got to this point, but we're to this point now where you're having how can you not call it a genocide when you have all these people? There's dropping like flies now, not from the war, not from being blown up or shot. They're dying from not having any food. They've run out of freaking bird feed.
Moment.
I think that's where you're going to see the greatest political mileage that the administration is going to try to get out of this. You're going to hear a lot in the American context, in which the argument will be Biden put forward a ceasefire resolution, the Russians vetoed it, and use that for domestic political purposes here to make sure that the momentum and the pressure that has been steadily growing, pressing the administration to get serious about a ceasefire, will be dampened because of this talking. So that's where I think the biggest benefit the administration is looking for is coming. It's not what's actually happening in Gaza.
All right, we'll treat it.
Political pawns, man. Don't care about those people at all. One way or the other. You can't on one hand call for a ceasefire and on the other hand give the people weapons to blow the people up. that they otherwise would not have. They're running out of weapons. They're using weapons from 1950s, from Korean War or some shit like that. They run out of bombs. They dropped so many bombs, they're out of bombs. Even with all of the money and weapons that the United States have been giving them. Crazy. They literally would not be able to continue the war if it wasn't for the United States support. Comments. It says, this lady reminds of Colin Powell when he lied about Iraq. Remember? Yep. Sounds really, really, really similar. Another comment says, she's a puppet, damn shame. Another one that says, the irony of what the U.S. is saying is unbelievable. Another one that says, I'm ashamed of the U.S. ambassador in the UN. Everything she did and said is shameful and out of touch with the will of the American people. She doesn't answer to the American people at all. Another comment says, hearing that woman's hypocrisy is just the worst. I know I wanted to vomit while I was listening to her talk. Linda Thomas Greenfield has always looked at complacent and smug every time she announces U.S. vetoes to everything about anything concerning Gaza, and now she's moralizing. I'm saying, like, ugh. The gall of these people. The U.S. vetoed ceasefire 3 times. I don't want to hear from the U.S. ambassador. Another one says, U.S. getting called on our bullshit is exactly what happened here. Another one that says, I condemn this clown ambassador. Complete gaslighting from the U.S. UN representative, pathetic. The U.S. wagging its finger at the international community after everything that's happened in Gaza is rich. I'm telling you, like, oh my God, like, unbelievable. The gall is unbelievable. Like, they think we're all stupid. Stop blaming China and Russia. Blame yourself. USA, you're the ones who started this war and missed. Another one says, what is she talking about? Majority. US was the only one who vetoed the last call for ceasefire. Well, there were the majority in this particular one. The majority of the body voted to uphold this last one, this resolution for ceasefire, because the language was so friendly to Israel. Another one says, calling Russia and China insincere about the conflict is grotesquely flawed and ironic, considering we've been doing the same thing since Israel counterattacked. We chose to make it all worse. Pointing the finger at Russia and China is pointless. Another one that says, I watched and heard Russia's response, a country not afraid to call out American BS, and they were spot on in their critique of the resolution. I can't believe condemning Hamas was a prerequisite at this point in the genocide. Another one that says, you don't get to mount your high horse, not after all the obstacles you've put in other countries' ways. Another one that says, to be fair, I didn't hear U.S. officials condemn the massacring of Palestinians. Exactly. This topic takes my breath away. Let me see. Where do I want to go now? Let me see. Candace Owens exits the Daily Wire. Let me see. I'm trying to say that she's anti-Semitic. I don't know that all those comments were actually anti-Semitic. I think that a lot of the stuff she was saying was actually true. Which clip was it? It was a clip of what she was saying, and the guy was picking her apart. Wait, I think it was on Instagram. Let me see. Yeah, let's do this one. Hopefully I can get away with this because there's a couple clips. There's a clip from Breakfast Club in here, and I can't really play the Breakfast Club, but it's a short clip and it's sped up, so maybe the algorithm won't catch it. Hopefully it won't. Plus I'm already like, how long am I into it? I'm at almost 2 hours, so algorithm may not catch this. Risky.
Circulating of him calling me a disgrace and a faux professional or whatever it was.
So why wouldn't he just fire you?
Well, as I explained on Tucker Carlson's show, like, Ben doesn't have the power to fire me.
So, Candace Owens got fired from the Daily Wire, mainly because she just can't fucking hide the fact that she apparently doesn't like Jewish people, which is, you know, kind of an issue when your boss is Jewish. But it's real crazy when you look into.
Hold on. So, she don't really like Jewish people, but he said she don't really like Jewish people, but her boss is Jewish. Like, I don't know that it's actually true about that, and that really wouldn't make sense. Like, I'm not necessarily a Candace Owens fan at all, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't tell the truth about some things, you know, and that doesn't mean that sometimes I completely agree with her on certain things, you know. And it's easy to just say, you know, she hates Jewish people, you know, it's really easy to say that. And then it's like, the thing about being anti-Semitic is like, no matter what you say, if you criticize Israel in any way, then you're anti-Semitic. And then there's a false equivalency between relating Zionists to Jewish folks, or even Israel as a whole. They're mostly secular, you know what I mean? Like, there's a problem with that, you know. It's an oversimplification.
How she actually got fired, because it paints a grim picture on the niche that she holds within the Black community. You see, Candace Owens doesn't attempt to focus on making claims that can be debunked with evidence and proof, because having an actual discussion based on facts and data and things that can be proven and disproven rather than things that can be speculated on opens her up to looking like the fucking liar that she is. So instead,
well, that part I agree with, actually, you know. I think that a lot of what Candace Owens says she believes in, she's not as much as a grifter as a lot of the other ones, but she gets paid to do what she does, and she knows what she's doing. She knows where her bread and butter comes from or whatever. And a lot of the discourse right now on the media is all this stuff that you can't really, like, it's all about opinion. It's all about conjecture. It's all about, like, stuff that you can't really prove, like, you know what I mean? So yes, I think he's right about that. Like, a big part of what she does is this stuff that you can't really refute or whatever. It's just like, okay, well, she feels this way, and a lot of people feel that way, so then that gives it its legitimacy or whatever. And that's what people like. That's what people eat up, you know. That's like, I could go viral. I could probably get this channel monetized if I did that same kind of stuff that she does. But it's like, where's your character? Where's your integrity? Where's the truth? Where's the justice, you know, related to it? I can't put myself in a position to be comfortable with doing that kind of stuff. Like, it's irreprehensible. It's not nice. It's not good. It's a bunch of BS. And a lot of people that don't know things are the ones that are gonna be eating that kind of stuff up. You know, and that's not the audience that I'm looking for.
instead of that and forward-facing political issues, she now focuses a lot more on pop culture things with celebrities in Hollywood and everything in order for her to dive down rabbit holes and further conspiratorial thinking in the mind of her viewers.
He's 100% true on that. And you can see a pivot that she has done related to pop culture type stuff in her newest stuff. But that stuff gets clicks, it gets views, it makes money. And that's the point of what she's trying to do. It's money over everything.
niche within the Black community oftentimes isn't even people who are outright Black conservatives like a Joel Patrick or a Brandon Tatum. But a lot of our fan base is Black people, a lot of times Christian or fundamentalist Christians, who have a conspiratorial streak about what's going on in the media and Hollywood and blah, 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 blah.
I think he's right as far as a lot of them are conspiracy theorist types, but I don't think that they're mostly Black folks. I think he's wrong about that. Absolutely. You know, I think white men are the top viewers. I mean, I guess somebody can fact check on that. So can somebody look that up? Because I'm sure there's a way to look that up and see what her, you know, her viewers are. And I don't think that is mostly Black people. I really don't. And so, but still, I think that she had, especially lately, she has been getting better at stuff related to the Black community or whatever. Like, she kind of, her claim to fame is kind of like bashing the Black community as far as like everything is your fault or whatever. You know, you need to do better in your households or whatever, you know, and there's a shred of truth in that, but it kind of avoids the overall truth related to the plight of Black people in America as a result of like institutionalized racism. You know what I mean? The reality of the situation, you know, I mean, like there is a certain amount of personal accountability that needs to be focused on within the Black community, but you have to look at history and see how Black people ended up in the position that they're in and put that into consideration. And, you know, so, but I think that some of the stuff that she has been saying lately, like related to Black folks, like I'm seeing a bit of a pivot for her. And, you know, hopefully now that she's fired, she can be more free. And I think that hopefully, you know, she'll go down that direction of being more like, I think that she does care about Black people. Like, she does care. I think she does. And, you know, some of the stuff that she says is, the point of it is to try to help Black people or whatever, you know? And I think that there has been a shift in her in that direction. Maybe it has to do with the babies. You know, she's what, on her third child? How many she got now? And, you know, these children are Black, you know, those are Black children, and they're going to have to deal with America in the state that it is and how it, you know, behaves towards Black people. So I'm thinking that that may have an influence on her bit of a shift related to the Black community.
Which is why she'll do things like dive into the P. Diddy case, cover all those allegations, and then find things that can take it down a conspiratorial rabbit hole. Use that to reinforce the notion that all these things that we are seeing and believing is just a cover-up. And then use that to say, oh, the Department of Education should be abolished because they're trying to get Black people to be illiterate, because look how illiterate they are right now, and it's all a cover-up, and these things are being pushed into the Black community. Shoehorning in
Hate that stuff about the abolishment of the freaking Department of Education. Like, oh my God, like, where do I begin with that? I mean, like, so, you know, because the schools are not optimum, you know, the results aren't the optimum results, then just do away with the whole system. Like, so then what is the alternative, you know, for all of these inner city kids, all of these folks that don't have money to pay to put their kids in private schools or whatever? Where are they supposed to go to school? How is that going to help the situation? Are those kids that are in those inner city schools, after you abolish the Department of Education, is their education going to improve? Are they going to know more stuff now as a result? Or is it going to be worse and you're going to know less? You know what I'm saying? So what is your ultimate goal when you were talking about, you know, getting rid of the Department of Education? Like, you want the people to be smarter? You want more people around you that know stuff? Or you want more people around you that don't know stuff? They're going to not know stuff if there's no school for them to go to. Not everybody can put their kids in these private schools. And school vouchers are a scam used by rich folks.
the shittiest of shitty political takes, because at the end of the day, there's something that we need to be paying attention to here. Remember, Candace Owens has clicked up with and defended Kanye West during all his anti-Semitic comments, been making some herself since October 7th. And in response to that, Ben called her out and was like, her rhetoric during this whole Israel-Hamas situation has been horrible and despicable. Later in the day, she tweets this.
Some of the stuff she said was actually true, I would say. And it's like any amount of questioning Israel's tactics or what they're doing or whatever is construed as anti-Semitic. You know, you can't question Israel, or you obviously hate all Jews and you want them to, you know, be, you know, destroyed or whatever. Like,
this cryptic ass message with some biblical shit about how you can't serve God and money. People kind of seen it as anti-Semitic because she was probably responding to Ben and, you know, the association between Jewish people and money and whatever. Regardless of the intention, still a weird fucking thing to tweet out of nowhere. But then unrelated, Candace says this shit.
Kanye West, notoriously, obviously, when he tweeted out, I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on some Jews, and the media freaked out, and people in the Jewish community were understandably very scared, not knowing what he meant. Rabbi Shmuley Boteach was threatening me. And it wasn't just him, it was also his daughter. They're messaging me saying, don't mess with Jews. Very bizarre stuff. And they have not stopped, to be clear. And so what I believe is something that should be explored is whether or not what's happening is that, just like within all communities, there are gangs. In the Black community, we've got the Bloods and we've got the Crips. Well, imagine if the Bloods and the Crips doing horrific things, controlling people with blackmail. And then every time a person spoke out about it, the Bloods and the Crips would call those people racist. What if that is what is happening right now in Hollywood? If there is just a very small ring of specific people who are using the fact that they are Jewish to shield themselves from any criticism.
Again.
And what problem did you have with what she was saying? I don't know about just saying Hollywood. I would say everything. And what about AIPAC, you know, and its influences, you know, in politics, you know, and as far as the gangs or whatever, like the Crips and the Bloods don't represent Black people. Okay, so if you had a segment within the Jewish community who was in a gang and was doing nefarious activities, those people don't represent the Jewish people as a whole. Pointing out that those people are doing shady things or whatever, or behaving like a gang, you know, doesn't, you know, necessarily, you know, make the whole Jewish community into a gang. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a false equivalency. It's unfair, you know. It's kind of like when you see the news and you see a Black person on the news committing a crime. All Black people are criminals and they just do crime like indiscriminately, like across the nation. The crime wave across the nation by Black people, you know, because that's what I saw on the news or whatever. Like, that is not fair and that is not true, and it's a lie. And then if you already have this prejudice, if you already have this previous view that you have on a certain segment of people or whatever, then you're gonna lean towards that belief that they're all a certain way because it justifies your, you know, your already determined views on these people. So then that goes both ways, you know. You know, pointing out that, you know, some black people are in gangs. It's actually true, you know. Black on black crime is a thing, you know what I'm saying? So is white on white crime. White people also have gangs, you know. You got Asian gangs, you got Hispanic gangs or whatever. You condemning the whole group as a result of the actions of some of them, you know. That's not fair. So, but you can point out, and you know, the stuff the Crips and the Bloods do is shady, right? They do shady things, right? You can feel justified to say that. But if you say that there's a Jewish gang that does shady things, oh, you're anti-Semitic.
And speculating that maybe there's a ring of Jewish people who are secretly using their Jewishness to defend themselves against criticism. Mind you.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, you know, you can't criticize us, or if you do, then you're anti-Semitic. We don't never do anything wrong. We're perfect.
This is why the girl in the video said, "Don't mess with Jews," because her father got a threat like this. She then twisted the situation to spread anti-Jewish conspiracy theories. Oh, and this was after she already went off the fucking deep end, because in the replies of that tweet of the person explaining how he got threats because he was Jewish, Candace liked 2 replies. One of them saying, "You're making it too easy for people to hate Jews," and the other one saying, "Are you drunk on Christian blood again?" Which is the literal fucking blood libel conspiracy theory that's been peddled for centuries with no proof, about how Jewish people murder Christians and their kids and then drink their fucking blood. And of course, after all,
I mean, it's pretty damn extreme, but you know, it's some crazy stuff going on out there. But I wouldn't put it on Jewish people solely or whatever. I mean, it's crazy stuff going on that all groups of people are doing. It's really like elite folks, you know, rich folks, you know, people that can do whatever they want to do with impunity. You probably got some poor folks who do it too. I mean, you know, hey, you know, it is what it is. It's not a coincidence to me that a clip like this one ends up getting a lot of, I don't want to say go viral because it not necessarily did, but you have certain folks that have a lot of power and impacts what goes viral, quote unquote. And the messages that they want to get out that supports their views or their perspective or defends them or whatever is the ones that get circulated or whatever. The ones that criticize them are the ones that gets flagged and their accounts get closed. And that's what's happening with Candace. And, you know, a lot of this, I think the reason why I wanted to cover this is because I think it's a First Amendment issue. Like, I don't agree with Candace all the time. I really don't. But should she be able to speak? Yes. You know, people that I disagree with absolutely should be able to speak, you know. And then the other part of this is related to the left is the ones that's known for cancel culture or whatever. They're quick to cancel someone or whatever. And the right supposedly supposed to stand up for free speech. But it seems like things are shifting because ever since the Israel-Hamas war, you have seen the right pushing towards censorship. Like they literally wanted to censor Rashida Tlaib. They did. They successfully censored Rashida Tlaib, not just the right, though. You know, the Democrats were complicit in that, which they always are with everything, and censoring Rashida Tlaib because of the comments that she made related to the Israel-Hamas war. You know, being that she's Palestinian and she has like family that's in Palestine, I mean, how can you blame her for having the positions that she has on that topic and then choosing to decide that she can't speak on the House floor on that topic? You know, so where is that? You know, with the she's not allowed to have the First Amendment, you know, protections or whatever. And this is what's happening with Candace Owens, in my opinion, is so the right is censoring her, quieting her, shutting her mouth, you know, not allowing her to speak. Now she's going to have to go independent. I don't know. She might pop up on X. I really would not be surprised, or some other independent thing. And she has enough pull to pull that off. She won't make as much money as she was making at the Daily Wire, but she'll probably be more free and happier. She's got money. She's good.
all that shit, she would get fired. But she's insulated herself from that. You have people like Sneeko saying, call Ben Shapiro the world because they canceled her, and how free speech stops with Jews in Israel, furthering the...
Yeah. So he's saying this stuff in a sarcasm types of way, but I think free speech does die when it comes to Israel.
Conspiracy because, you know, a Jewish person owns the company and she just got fired, which means she must be getting silent. Candace Owens needs an enemy to paint as responsible for the Black community's downfall. And in an effort not to just outright sound like she hates Black people anymore, she has decided that these things that we're seeing are being pushed on the Black community. Pushed by who? Well, the elites in Hollywood who might be using their identities to hide themselves from criticism. And look how they're, because if she acknowledged that the reason why the Black community has so many issues is because of environment, policy that creates bad environments, the reinforcement of those policy and those environments for generations upon generations, and the lack of any effort to actually help demographics of people improve, then she wouldn't and couldn't be a Black conservative. So
Yeah, I think he's absolutely on point with that part right there. You know, I think you can be a Black conservative and still look out for Black people's issues and be able to acknowledge their history. But as far as being able to make money doing what she does, you wouldn't be able to, because the whole thing is that, you know, it's Black people's fault that they're in the position that they're in, and it has nothing to do with the historical, you know, things that has happened that led to Black people being in the position that they're in. And so that's where the Black conservative claim to fame is, you know, and a lot of these people get pushed forward, and she is one of them, and, you know, elevated, you know, which she wouldn't have been otherwise, I don't think, if it wasn't for her views like that, because the white people love that shit. They love Black folks who are defending them, if you will, you know, and blaming Black people and basically doing the work that they want to do. But it's like they're gonna sound racist if they say it, but if it comes from a Black person, then it has more, you know, credence, if you will. It's more legitimate or whatever. So look, see, even a Black person is agreeing with me on this racist view that I have.
Fuck going left or towards reality. We gonna go all the way right, mother. And now the enemy that she's painting, regardless of whether or not she wants to acknowledge it, is Jewish people or the elites or culture that's being pushed. The more vague and conspiratorial, the more people you can draw in who are open to that message. And the further you can insulate yourself from having to acknowledge that everything you fucking believe is wrong and stupid. So yeah, Candace downfall, I'm here for it. I'm just waiting for all the sponsors to get pulled next.
Because
so he's like, everything that you believe in is wrong and stupid. And you know, everyone, they want to simplify things. It makes life easy, you know, black or white, good or bad, you know, up or down or whatever, like no gray area, you know. The yin and the yang is complicated. It has the black dot inside of the white side, and then it has the white dot inside of the black dot. It's like the darkness inside of the light and the light inside of the dark, the good inside of the bad inside of the good, you know. And it makes things, it shows that things are more complex than just left, right, just good, bad, just light, dark. You know, there is a gray area, and, you know, for you to understand things, you have to dig through the details and come up with some conclusions. And you can't just simplify everything like everything Candace Owens says is wrong and stupid, because that's not true. And I'm not a fan of Candace Owens. Old Man Bro posted this. His caption, he says, "Be honest, can you follow this video? Many won't want to or are not intellectually able to. But if you can, you will see why Candy is full of crap, and I never allowed her on my show. I follow J. William J.A. because he is smarter than me. You should too." Comment. It says, she has taken on his speaking Has she taken on his speaking cadence as well? She'll be all right. It's an election cycle. She obviously become an increasingly important talking head. Yeah, man. I don't know. She got hired by, I don't know. Who would hire her? CNN? Fox? I wouldn't be surprised if Fox hired her. She could take Tucker Carlson's spot. Probably get better ratings. That's saying a lot. It says, "I like that Candace is shaking this ish off. This ish of this twisted media and proving her voice is powerful. She is bold and intelligent, whether you like her or not. She would make logical people think and weak people fall into their emotions." You know, I think that, you know, this Israel-Hamas war is revealing a lot of things related to our media. you know, and how biased it is and how controlled it is and how certain subjects aren't allowed to be talked about fairly, you know, and no matter which news outlet it is, whether they're on the left or the right, because they're all owned by the same freaking people, and certain messages aren't allowed to be fairly talked about. And that's the reason why, like, our media is so full of talking heads and opinion pieces, and we dodge facts and truth, is, you know, because this stuff will reveal, you know, the realities of the situations in the world and in the United States, stuff that the corporations don't want the American people or people anywhere in the world to really understand. Because then they will wake up one day and be like, you know what, I'm getting screwed. This is fucked up. We got to do something about this. Like, we can't just keep on getting smashed like this, like run up in, you know? But they distract us. They lie, opinion talking heads. Nobody knows what is what, you know? And you just get exhausted with it and just be like, I'm going to go play PlayStation or something. I'm going to go watch a movie or go have a drink or something. Like, I need to unplug. Like, you know, this is too much for me. I just want to live my life. And I don't blame people for feeling that way at all. You know, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed, and I've been unplugging a bit and editing less and stuff like that, you know, trying to enjoy life a bit more. Because it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, what can I do? You know, I'm just one person. You know, this shit is overwhelming. And these people, they've been winning for the longest, and they continue to win. Like, it's stacked against us, man. And if you just want to be like a freaking grifter, talking head, you know, you can be very, very successful out here. You know, I remember when they came out with the net neutrality stuff, and it was big, and people just ignored it and was like, meh, whatever, it's not a big deal or whatever. But that shit went through. And now you see all the results of it. They can speed up the stuff that they want you to see, and they slow down the stuff that they don't want you to see, you know? The big names go viral, and the regular folks, and now they're even breaking it down even more because of with TikTok, like, they want a stranglehold on information. You know, they don't want any competition at all. Major conglomerates, monopolies. I want to cover this too. You know, Apple is getting in trouble. The Biden administration is going at Apple and saying that they have a monopoly related to the phones or whatever. And then there's a lot of PR coming out like, oh, poor Apple, whatever. They're just attacking Apple. Biden's worst administration, worst president ever. Now they're all the stuff going on in the world, and they want to attack Apple. Man, this is the important stuff. This is what's important. This is what affects us the most, is these corporations and what they're doing, and the lack of competition. All of these monopolies. It makes for a weak as economy. You know, if somehow Apple, I don't know how it could happen, but let's say Apple falls off some kind of way. They have a faulty piece in their devices, and it messes up all their devices, or it causes a loophole that allows anybody to hack into all of their devices or something like that. And then, like, what would be the alternative? You know, there would be none, really. You know, we would just be all screwed, you know. And this is what happens when you get to the point where you don't have any competition. And in every sector, there's only a couple of different companies that rule each sector. And I wish people would freaking hear me on that. Like, we got monopolies all over the place, bro. Like the Albertsons and Kroger's merger that happened, the banks mergers that happened recently, like every sector, agriculture, everywhere, you don't have any real options. Coke or Pepsi is your choices, you know, and that's literally it. And if you're a small guy and you're trying to compete, you can't. You'll get smushed out. your best bet is to go work for one of those big companies. Comments that says, him saying a whole lot of nothing. Tell me what you disagree with. What anything she says, I'm curious. Another one says, everything I see this kid, he uses a bunch of big words to say absolutely nothing. LMAO. I hate people like that. Well, I pretty much analyzed and chopped his stuff up pretty good, I would say. Another comment that says, she's right on this issue. That's it. Another comment, he's smart about things he's been indoctrinated with. He'll be really smart when he learns how to think and not what to think. Yeah, I think this guy is really brainwashed, because the stuff that he was saying, like completely defending Israel, is, you know, that's the general consensus. Like, well, I guess he's smart. He's smart enough to know what to say that'll get you, you know, to go viral, to get you to get shared, to get you to not be attacked. You know, if you're telling the truth, you will be attacked. You know, if you're upholding the establishment, you will be put on a pedestal. So I guess he's smart enough to know that it's better to support the establishment if you want to, like, get views and clicks and make money and stuff. I don't blame him. Another comment that says, I have no mental space or bandwidth to defend Candace Owens in any way. She does not deserve any embrace from the Black community, and she takes every opportunity to disparage us. She can kick rocks. I can sympathize with those sentiments. I really can, you know, and there was a time where I felt that way about Candace Owens. But as I've grown and learned things, people are more complex than that. And she does say good things. You know, if the partisan politics that we have is destroying us. And, you know, when the Democrats say, you know, nothing that the Republicans do is good, you know, Trump is the worst thing for America, you know, and the world's going to come to an end, you know, conservatives are archaic and stuck in the past, and, you know, there's nothing good that can come from it. And then the conservatives say the liberals are, you know, there's no policies that they have that's good. Biden is the worst president ever. He's never done anything good for the country. Hasn't supported any legislation or policies that are good for the American people. And the Democrats, I mean, the liberals are crazy and trying to bring in socialism and communism into the United States. And, you know, these kinds of oversimplifying things is how we are. You know, the other side is bad and wrong, and my side is good, you know, is terrible. You know, I tend to fall on the left, but I can say that there are some conservative views that are good and are good for the country. I can say that Trump has done some things that were good. I am not a Trump fan at all, but I can say that some of the stuff they did was good. I like the idea of America first. I really do. I like that. You know, not in a racist, nationalist perspective, but in the fundamental understanding of looking out for the American people before any other countries. You know, take care of your home. You know, I love it and I support that or whatever. And I could say the same, you know, the Democrats have done some good things. You know, Biden has done some good things, you know. I was just reading something. It was talking about the Affordable Care Act and Obama and how, you know, the Biden-Harris administration has put money into the Affordable Care Act to make it, you know, work better. And it has caused the result that is more people have health insurance. And this is true. And this is a good thing. They put a cap on insulin and other prescription drugs and allowed for them to, what do you call it? Basically push the prescription prices down. I mean, it doesn't go far enough. It's incrementalism again, but it's something, you know, a good thing. So, boom, it is what it is. You know, I don't feel like right now I can't bring myself to vote for Biden for president. I also cannot bring myself to vote for Trump for president. But at the same time, I can say that Trump has done good things and Biden has done good things. And this is where we need to be, face the facts and reality and the truth of things, instead of being like, I gotta look out for my team and say that my team is right all the time and doesn't do anything wrong or whatever, and the other team sucks and I can't support anything that the other team does. How are we ever going to move forward if we can't face the truth about things? And facts matter. Facts matter. Another comment says, Ebro, why are you defending Israel? Are you that scared of them that you ignore everything to defend them? You seem like an agent of Mossad or something. Yep, that's how I feel too, listening to his deal. You know, maybe he got a check from AIPAC. Another comment says, Candace always comes with receipts to defend her stance, but even if you do not care for her content, what exactly is the point of dragging her through the mud when it has nothing to do with you? Because it gets you clicks. She's a big story this week. She's the story of the week. It says Candace Owens spent years fear-mongering about cancel culture on the left, only to be canceled by her friends on the right. This is what happens. What they say, you lay down with dogs, you get up with fleas. You know, and these people don't have no real loyalty or love for you. They were using you as a tool, as a useful idiot, and boom, once you're no longer useful to them, then they're going to discard you. You're on the wrong team. It says, how was she canceled? She got fired, bro. Like, her voice has been taken. First comment says she was effing fired. Like, I don't know how to explain it to you any further, buddy. Like, the other reply says, no need to be rude to me, to Millette. I don't even know who she is. Why are you commenting then if you don't know who she is? You don't know anything at all. You're like, how was she canceled? I don't know who she is. Bro, go do something else. Go make you a sandwich or something. Like, other comment, it says, unfortunately, you can't buy a personality. What do you mean by that? I would say that Candace Owens does have a personality. Can't buy a personality. You definitely buy people that talking heads on shows. That's all we get. Like, and those people are paid very well. Look at what is her name? I always forget her name. From MSNBC. She's like the highest paid person in media. The left, that side has all the money. And she is really smart, but if you paying somebody that much money, you think that their words are actually, you know, coming from their heart and soul? Or are their words supporting the people that pay her? Why would they pay her so much money if she was just saying what she really believes in? But people think that she does say what she really believes in, which is sad. And I used to think like that years ago. And I used to watch her show a lot. Why can't I think of her name? I'm sorry, I can't think of her name. She's like the biggest person from MSNBC. Another comment says, she was sacked and deserved it. Cancel culture isn't a thing. Isn't a thing. She was sacked and deserved it. Cancel culture isn't a thing. She was sacked and deserved it. Cancel culture isn't a thing. Okay. I mean, you can feel like she deserved to be fired, but then when you say cancel culture isn't a thing, you kind of hurt in my brain. So if it's somebody that you feels like they deserve to be fired, then it's not cancel culture. I don't know. That just hurt my brain. Another comment says, who's Candace Owens? Another comment says, you've got to be careful not to step out of line when you're an aunt Thomasina. Oh yeah, like you're a house Negro. I think there's some truth to that. It says unfathomably rare Candace Owens W. thought she was a shill for the MIC and IDF. Yeah, until you're no longer useful to them. Why is anyone talking about this person? What has she accomplished in life that makes her newsworthy? Seriously, I don't get it. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair comment, I guess, but she is a big name in our world over here, political commentary and stuff like that. She's like Ben Shapiro or Tucker Carlson, or I don't know. Rachel Maddow was the name I was trying to think of earlier. Rachel Maddow, y'all. Came to me randomly.
Непосредственных исполнителей теракта.
It says, all 4 direct perpetrators of the terrorist attack, all those who shot and killed people, were found and detained.
Все те, кто стрелял, убивал людей, найдены и задержаны.
This is Putin's words. It says they tried to hide and were moving towards Ukraine, where according to preliminary data, a passage.
Они пытались скрыться и двигались в сторону Украины, где по предварительным данным для них с украинской стороны был
was prepared for them on the Ukrainian side to cross the state border. It's really interesting here where Ukraine said that they didn't have anything to do with this, but there was a escape route to Ukraine prepared for them, but Ukraine had nothing to do with it.
Было подготовлено окно для перехода государственной границы.
It says all perpetrators, organizers, and contractors of this crime will suffer fair and inevitable punishment. Oof. You already know. That's scary right there. Yeah. They will suffer fair and inevitable punishment. Yeah, I feel for these guys. They just got paid to do some shit and used as a damn fucking crash dummy, and you already know what's going to happen.
Все исполнители, организаторы
They will never get to spend that money.
понесут справедливое и неизбежное наказание, кем бы они ни были.
Says whoever they are, whoever guides them, I repeat, we will identify and punish.
Кто бы их ни направлял, повторю, мы установим и покажем.
Everyone who stands behind the terrorists. He's so calming saying this stuff, like, he's not fucking playing.
Каждого, кто стоит за спиной террористов, кто готов.
Who prepared this atrocity, this attack on Russia, on our people?
Это злодеяние, этот удар по России, по нашему народу. Россия.
Russia has repeatedly gone through difficult, sometimes unbearable trials, but has become.
Не раз проходила через тяжелейшие, порой невыносимые испытания, но становилось еще сильнее.
Even stronger. It will be so now.
Так будет и сейчас. Все.
Sky News. Gunmen opened fire on crowds at a concert hall in the Moscow region, killing at least 133. Islamic State has claimed responsibility, but the FSB says suspects had Ukrainian contacts and were attempting to flee over the border. Ukraine has strongly denied any involvement. Russian President Vladimir Putin says all suspects have been detained and attackers tried to escape towards Ukraine. First comment says, standard Putin scenario, carry out a terrorist attack in his own country to attack another country. Like, I don't understand people's logic in that. Like Putin is such a monster that he's willing to, undermine his own, his people's thoughts of him, like that he can protect them, that he can keep them safe, that he can lead the country. You know, he's willing to undermine that so that he can attack another country. He's already been attacking Ukraine. He's already, you know, been escalating the war in Ukraine. It's been going on for 3 years. What benefit would he have to carry out a terrorist attack on his own country? Like, it doesn't logically make any sense. And when people make the argument that it doesn't logically make any sense, then they'll say, well, it's Putin. You know, of course it doesn't make sense. It's Putin. He's just an evil person that doesn't make any sense. Another comment says, we stand with Russia. Another comment says, Israel and U.S. behind this. Another comment says, Putin's new game to mislead public opinion and more crimes in Ukraine. Okay. Another comment that says, I'm pretty convinced this was a Russian special operation propaganda mission. Okay. It says, Russian citizens who are members of ISIS, a legitimate terror organization, shoot up a concert hall in Russia, and somehow it's Ukraine's fault. Okay. No different to what his lot did in Ukraine 2 years ago. We stand with Russia in their struggles against terror. Ukraine had nothing to do with this, and Putin knows that. Africa stands with Russia. Ukraine is behind this attack. Why ISIS attacked Russian? Nonsense. Or I forget, ISIS made by USA and Israel. Another one says, Israeli secret intelligence server, AKA. Another one, stand with Russia. It says Islamic State claim responsibility, and he links them to Ukraine. Yeah. Yeah, well, the Islamic State might be funded by someone else, and they may actually just be pretending to be Islamic Arabic folks.
When did you arrive from Turkey? What did you do in Turkey? My documents expired, so I crossed the border. Once again, your full name. Year of birth, 1998. What did you do in Crocus yesterday? What did you do in Crocus? I was shooting. You were shooting? You were shooting who? Why? For money. Money? Let's put him up. For how much money? Some 500,000. 500,000 of what? Of rubles. Did you get it from who? I have received only one half. It was transferred to my card. Where's your card? He gave it, and it was in my clothes, in my jacket, so I lost it. Where did you get weapons? They gave it to us. Who they? I don't know who they. They texted me on Telegram without names, without anything. How did they find you? You found them or they found you? They texted me. Why did they text you in particular? I don't know. I was listening to, but how come they just offer you to kill people out of thin air? It doesn't happen like this. What was on Telegram? I was listening to a prophet, to a sermon. You were listening to sermons, and who texted you? Assistant of a preacher. What's his name? No name, no last name, no nothing. They just texted me. When did they text you? A month ago. Who texted you? Exactly. He texted me. He promised me 1 million rubles. What did he promise you? What did he want from you? He offered me, and I agreed. What did he offer? He offered money. For what? Money for what? He offered me to do these deeds for money. What deeds exactly? To kill people. To kill who? He just sent me the location. Did they tell you who to kill? People. What people? Doesn't matter. Anyone you meet there, anyone you encounter, just enter the location and kill people? Yes. Once again, your full name and your year of birth. Born in 1998, September 17th.
Dang, he's a young guy. Freaking, you know, I feel for these people too. This guy's a victim also, you know. He's being used as a tool. He's being used as a crash dummy. And it's like, you know, I was watching a story on HBO. What was it? Anyways, they were talking about how, you know, the people who scam people, they were talking about, I might cover this, the pig, what do they call it? Pig bleeding, pig blooding, or whatever, related to one of the bigger scams that's happening on the internet, where people get drawn in by somebody they don't know on the internet and end up getting extorted for a lot of cash. But it's real complex, and it gets people who are smart, people who would normally avoid these kind of scams. But they were saying that even the people who were carrying out the scams were, a lot of times, these people were victims. They were in a position where they were like invited somewhere for a job or whatever, and then they go for the job, and then the people take all their identifications, their passports or whatever, and basically hold them hostage and force them to do these scams. And then it'd be like in a smaller country where even the country's administration and police and government is involved in it. And like, it was a guy who called the police and tried to get out of it. And the people were like, well, we got to pay $4,000 now because you know, called the police. And, you know, they tortured the guy and then they ship him off to another place to do the same thing. Like, basically, these people are victims who are getting, like, they're slaves. They're slaves and they're stuck, and then they're forced to commit these crimes or whatever. Like, and with this guy right here, I wouldn't be surprised if it was some kind of scenario like that for this guy right here, because like I was saying, like if you were religious and you were a Muslim and you wanted to fight against people who were against Muslims, then you would do it and not for money. You know what I mean? Like a suicide bomber. Like, you don't care about your life. You know, you're trying to accomplish a goal and you're willing to die for it, you know. But if you're getting paid for it, then that doesn't, you know, your motivation is not, you know, religious, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So like I say, I think that a lot of these people are, this guy's a victim too. And it's sad. I'm not condoning his behavior. I'm not giving him a pass. I'm just saying that things are more complex than they seem on the surface. So RT posted this. It says, RT editor-in-chief Margarita Simonian has published footage from interrogation of Moscow terror attack suspect. The suspect admits to shooting people at the Crocus City Hall, that he was offered around 5,400 rubles to shoot anyone, and that the terrorist act was organized on Telegram with an unknown person who provided the weapons. The attack was being prepped a month ago. So yeah, Telegram, WhatsApp, that's a perfect medium to do shady things and have a hard time on figuring out who you're actually dealing with, you know. And if you were an intelligence agency, Telegram and WhatsApp would be a good tool for you to use to have like that plausible deniability, or those degrees of separation, if you will, to those covert actions, which is written all over this. It says, first comment, it says, obviously CIA and allied dirty jobs, then blaming it on Muslims like they did on 9/11, not much changing. Another one, it says, terrorist attack in Russia for what? Russia has been a supporter of the oppressed people in Syria, Iraq, and several other Arab states. Why would anyone with Islamic background conduct a terrorist act against Russia? So this is definitely a U.S. or Israel act. See, that makes a lot of freaking sense. And a lot of people don't even know, like, you know, Syria is still around. And they made it through all of that they went through. They're still under war. They're still being attacked. But Syria's government is still the same government. And it wouldn't be the case if it wasn't for Russia. Russia gave them air support, and that's what allowed them to not be completely taken over. You know, remember all of the propaganda. What's his name? Why can't I think of his name? Syrian president, tall Arabic guy. What is his name? Anyways, they said they basically talked about him like they did Saddam Hussein. He gasses his own people, whatever, you know, he's a horrible person. And we have to liberate the people of his country because he's a dictator who's, you know, gassing his own people. So, and that was the reason why the United States said that they needed to go in. Assad, that's the reason why the United States needed to go in and displace this guy so that the people can elect someone that actually is looking out for them or whatever. It had nothing to do with the oil fields that the United States still occupy to this day in Syria. No, we wanted to liberate the people. It wasn't nothing to do with the oil fields that the U.S. occupies right now. Comment says, friendly reminder, ISIS equals Israel. Another comment says, unknown person equals USA. Another one says, Israelis behind this. Another one says, Israel Secret Intelligence Service, ISIS. Another one says, CIA and Mossad written all over this. America / Israel. Another one, copied, planned by Israel, directed by US, and executed by Ukraine. Another comment says, it's clearly US and Israel. Another one. And the question is why America knew there would be an attack in Moscow. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It was like, you know, the American embassy people, they're like, hey, don't go to any large group functions in the near future, you know? Just be safe out there. Another comment says, congratulations to the Russian forces for capturing him. Another one says, no, we're not falling for the BS cheap acts anymore. ISIS is Israel's Secret Intelligence Service. They did 9/11, 10/7, and all acts of terrorism around the world. OFC, they attack Russia now for supporting ceasefire. We know the playbook all too well. Another one says Israel and US is behind this. Smarter people on here. This is RT. CIA for sure. Yeah. Not everybody is going for the okie doke. Four gunmen arrested for Moscow concert attack. Death toll rises to at least 93 people. Breaking, the head of Russia's FSB has reportedly informed Putin that all four gunmen from Moscow concert terror attack have been arrested near Russia's western border, with Ukrainian Russian news agencies report. The Russian Investigative Committee has confirmed that the death toll from the terrorist act in the city hall, Crocus Hall, has risen to 93 people, and said the death toll will increase further. Another 88 people were admitted to Moscow hospitals, 4 of which were children. The Moscow Department of Health said preliminary data show the cause of death were gunshot wounds and poisoning by smoke products. The statement said from the investigative committee. You know, and the United States came out and said that for sure we know who did it and all of this. And it's like, it just happened. And it's like, how the hell do y'all know all of this? Like, You don't even have to take the time to do an investigation. What kind of investigation did you do to come up with your conclusion so quickly? Like, this just happened. Another comment says, I just saw the news. They're blaming Ukraine in spite of the facts, and I am now more and more convinced that they have themselves planned it and orchestrated it in order to, of course, blame Ukraine and continue to attack it. They also wanted the world to sympathize with them, which is what's happening, and look the other way when that's same day they heavily bombed various Ukrainian strategic areas. That makes no sense whatsoever. 2 + 2 is 5, according to that.
A scene of chaos and terror as several armed men dressed in camouflage burst into Crocus City Hall, a popular concert venue and shopping mall on the outskirts of Moscow. Video posted on social media shows concert goers screaming and ducking for cover as the gunmen opened fire. Some were trapped in the basement. We ended up breaking down the door, this man said. We couldn't see who was shooting, we just heard it. Another video shows the gunmen moving through the mall, firing incessantly, often at point-blank range, leaving at least 40 killed and dozens injured.
The images are just horrible and just hard to watch, and our thoughts obviously are going to be with the victims of this terrible, terrible shooting attack.
The building was engulfed in flames with smoke billowing from it. The U.S. Embassy recently warned about the threat of terrorist attacks in Moscow and advised Americans to stay away from concert venues. A U.S. source familiar with the intelligence told CBS News there's been a steady stream of intelligence dating back to November about ISIS wanting to strike in Russia. But we've been told there is no known threat to the U.S. emanating from the attack near Moscow. Deborah Patter, CBS News.
Comment, it says, ISIS is claiming responsibility for an attack in Russia that left at least 40 people dead and more than 100 injured after several gunmen opened fire in a large concert hall in a suburb of Moscow on Friday. Comment, it says, here's a big question. How did they get the guns inside of a concert venue? Makes no sense. When is the world going to tighten security if this happens everywhere? Okay, let's switch. But I'm going to jump around a bit because I really want to come back to Candace Owens. But let's do this one. It says, if SB 4 goes into effect, what to know if you're detained under Texas new deportation law? So, yeah. It says, if SB 4 is allowed to go into effect, Texas police could detain people they suspect entering the country illegally. The new crime of illegal entry is punishable by up to 6 months in jail, and illegal re-entry made for those previously deported or turned away at the border has a penalty of up to 20 years in prison. So yeah, the prison industrial complex is going to be a beneficiary of this situation right here, where they can just look at someone and be like, you look like you came here illegal, so can you prove that you came here legally? And if they don't have papers on their person, then they're probably go to jail. And if they can prove that they came before illegally, then they can get 20 years in prison. So yeah, and then I covered a story where they were talking about how, they were using prison labor, basically slave labor. This is a money-making scheme, I would say, on the top of a political ploy, It says, what rights do I have if I'm pulled over or questioned under SB 4? SB 4 is definitely new territory, says Sarah Cruz, a border and immigration rights strategist for the Texas chapter of the ACLU. But we have to remember that we still have constitutional rights. If you are questioned by a police officer, you maintain the right to remain silent and generally do not have to answer questions about your immigration status, said Cruz, who is not a lawyer. Okay, she's not a lawyer. She's giving you legal advice. I would be careful with that. And I don't think that it even matters. You can say, I have the right to remain silent. Whatever, they're going to throw you in the car and they're going to take you to jail, like, because of the way you look. You look like an immigrant. This is in Spanish. It says, can police only arrest people at the border? While SB4 would allow state police to detain people they suspect of being undocumented or crossing the border illegally, the law reach is statewide, Cruz said. Seeing someone cross the border is the best way to establish probable cause, she said. Elsewhere, civil rights activists are still trying to determine what police officers would use to establish probable cause. They fear officers will resort to racial profiling and pretextual stops. Right. So it's statewide. So it's saying someone who crossed illegally. So you would think that it would just pertain to areas around the borders. But no, it's statewide. So they can pull anybody over. You could be in Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Lubbock, and get pulled over, and they can be like, hey, we think you crossed the border illegally. Can you prove that you didn't? You know, so yeah, what would be the probable cause for after you, and you know, you pull somebody over and you ask them about the immigration status or whatever, or how did they get here? You know, they will totally be based on what they look like. And what's crazy about that is that you got illegals who come here from all over the place, not just Central and South America, Africans, Europeans, Asians, or whatever. So, but this one is really focused on people from Central and South America. So they're going to be looking at people who appear to be from Central and South America and be concerned about their immigration status or how did they get here, or whatever. It says, what happens if I'm arrested? Police would likely take you to a magistrate who may ask you to agree to a state deportation, according to the ACLU. You could choose whether to agree or not, but if you decline, you would be taken to jail and have a bond set. You would also have the right to remain silent and ask for a translator if you need one. It is unclear what exactly the removal procedure would look like from there, Cruz said. So a lot of confusion and unclarity in this like unprecedented areas right now. So it kind of allows the police to basically do whatever they want because the language is not clear, you know, and you already know related to like language barriers and so forth and so on that, you know, they're going to lie to these people and take advantage of them. And these people aren't going to know. They don't, if they don't speak English good enough, you know, they're going to be absolutely taken advantage of and railroaded, whether they're legal or not, or they came over here legally or not. Houston Chronicle posted this. It says a federal appeals court late Tuesday blocked an unprecedented Texas law that empowers state officials to arrest and deport anyone who is undocumented, including migrants, several hours after the Supreme Court had allowed it to go into effect. Keep swiping to learn about your rights. So yeah, the Supreme Court allowed it to go into effect, and then a lower court went against it. So like, look at all this confusion related to this situation, like the federal versus the state. This is really, really chaos. Comment, it says, not sure why everyone is up in arms about this law. We as Americans can just go over to France and set up shop and think that they're just going to let it happen. No, there are laws that we must follow. So the same applies here. If you want to be here, just do it the right way. You know, it's a lot of people make those comments about doing it the right way or whatever. But the way the situation is so convoluted and full of red tape, it incentivizes people to do it in the wrong way. And I'm not saying that people should come over here in the wrong way at all. You know, what I'm saying is we need to adjust the system to incentivize people to do it in the right way. But the problem, this guy asked, why are people up in arms about this law? They're up in arms about this law because it's going to be racial profiling, because there's no other way other than you looking at someone to determine if they're legal or not. So that is racial profiling, which is wrong and against the Constitution. It says, why would anyone fear this law at all? Simply show your ID and speak to the officer respectfully. Only the guilty would fear. No, that's not true. You got folks who are legal, and if they were to leave home without their paperwork or whatever, then they could be swept up into this situation. So that would be a reason to fear. Make sure that you carry your stuff with you every time you leave to go to the corner store. You could have been here your whole life and end up in jail just because you left your wallet at home. It says, how does one look like they're illegally crossed the border? Oh, it doesn't end at the border. This will be statewide in no time. It already is. My husband, born and raised in Chicago, was pulled over in Houston a few years back and asked about his immigration status. All people of color should be concerned with Governor Abbott's racial profiling law. So she said, how does one look like they illegally crossed the border? How do you look like you illegally crossed the border? You look like you illegally crossed the border. I mean, I didn't see you cross illegally, but you know, you look like one of them. It says SB4 was created so illegal aliens could be caught at the border because Biden has refused to stop the crossings and refuses to enforce our laws already on the books. Biden has let over 10 million illegals in 3 years, and very few of them are Mexican. They are from 63 other countries. Biden has sued Texas over everything we've done to try and stop that flood of illegals. So these people are from all over the place. He says very few of them are Mexican. So how are they going to look at them and determine that they are illegal or they crossed illegally? Like every Asian person, every African person, every European person, you know, you're going to ask them about their immigration papers or whatever in Texas. Flood of illegals, 10 million. So if, you know, these numbers are crazy too, because it's like we should be overran at this point. I should see illegal immigrants everywhere. I mean, you know, black people are only, what, 13% of the population. These illegal immigrants should have already outnumbered us. Another comment says, constitutional rights are reserved for American citizens. So they don't get the privilege of constitutional rights. So they don't have any rights. It says, let me see if I can set up a shop in Iraq without documentation. Another one that says, just show your ID, LMAO. How hard is that? Another comment that says, I think someone needs to start testing the doors and locks at the Houston Chronicles building, or maybe the editor's house, to see if they hold the right to have security. What? Is he being sarcastic? Another comment that says, can we bring back the Houston Post? The Houston Chronicle is literally walking dinosaur that only exists due to the lack of choice, aka one that Houstonians have for local printed news. Yeah. So, because you don't like the truth of the reporting, you attack the institution. I remember when we had the Houston Post, and here goes another example of the monopolies too, you know. So Houston Post used to be the other big paper in Houston, but it went out of business, and now you pretty much just have the Chronicle, and that's it. Another comment says, so how is this a bad thing again? Because it's racial profiling. Another comment says, if a cop asks me about my legal status, he's going to meet my legs Walker Texas Ranger to his head. What? Another comment says, let the mass deportations begin. Time to clean up America. We don't need unskilled, unintelligent, illegal invaders coming in, bringing nothing to the party. Listen to that language. Unskilled, unintelligent, illegal invaders. So they're all unskilled, they're all unintelligent. Another comment says, those who haven't read the law and what the article slides don't articulate it is that if someone is detained, they will be sent to a magistrate court. If they are at that time deemed illegal, then they will be given the choice of deportation or jail, which will then overcrowd our already overcrowded system. The law poses a lot of logistic issues that doesn't seem to have been taken into consideration. Yeah, they didn't think it through at all. It's a political ploy, and the prisons are going to benefit from it regardless. You know, overcrowding is good for them. It says, what the Chronicle wants to say but won't is, if you're here illegally and you get stopped, you're going to get deported as you should. Another comment says, not sure why everyone is up in arms about this law. We as Americans can't just go over to France and set up a shop. Did I read that already? Yeah, between the Hamas-Israel war, the immigration deal is the other big political year thing that's going to determine the outcome of this election.
Hungry school kids that you seem pretty passionate about, and your own party killed it. What did you think about that?
You know, that's the way it goes, you know, and I tried my best and it failed, and so I was disappointed, but hey, that's business, and you know, I don't take it personally.
Why would they do that? Seems like a no-brainer.
You're asking the wrong one, because I feel the same way. I feel like it was a no-brainer, but I don't even have a clue as to why.
We got hundreds of millions of dollars for vouchers. We're giving a $1.6 billion tax cut to corporations, and we can't feed hungry kids. When something like that happens, do you ask your caucus about where the priorities are?
I did, and I didn't get a response to it. So. Free breakfast and lunch to all public school students. Statistics indicate that hunger comes down to certain poverty levels. My personal statistic says that one hungry child is too many.
Bill fails for a lack of a majority on the ayes. Sorry for that.
My bill came up a couple of spots after that and didn't even receive a second motion.
House Bill 1844 fails for a lack of a motion.
Across the board, 94% of Tennesseans strongly or somewhat support free school meals for children. And it's just another example of how this supermajority does not represent or carry out the wishes of Tennessee families.
Yeah, more and more it's becoming more clear that the representatives don't represent the people that they represent. You know, that even when we talk about the Palestine-Hamas war, overwhelmingly majority of Americans do not support the Israel-Hamas war and do support an immediate ceasefire, but that is not what's happening, and it just shows that we don't have any say. They don't care what we think. So this one, it says, you had a bill to feed hungry school kids, and your own party killed it. You know, this is a Republican, Representative Kevin Reaper. So he introduced you know, something to make sure that the kids get food in school, free lunch or whatever. And his party obviously ain't feeling that. And it's crazy because, like this guy was just saying, all the money that we spend on other stuff, like billions of dollars, but we don't have enough money to make sure that the kids aren't hungry. Like, I don't get it. D.L. Hughley posted this. He says, Tennessee Republicans pro-life, also Tennessee Republicans F those kids. He says, watch, you had a bill to feed hungry kids, but your own party killed it. What do you think about that? Republicans block bills to feed kids from Kevin Raper, Republican, and J.R. Clemens, Democrat, yet pushed a $1.6 billion corporate tax break and hundreds of millions for vouchers. You know, and the vouchers is so fucking, so, and then he says 1.6 billion for corporate tax breaks. So we got plenty of money to make sure that these people, you know, these corporations are good, but we just don't have enough money to make sure that these kids have some food to eat. You know, screw those inner city kids. They need to go to a private school. Maybe these vouchers will help them get into the private school. So maybe they'll have something to eat over there. Public school, nah. Comment says, in Massachusetts, we increased taxes for millionaires in our state, and it's currently paying for free lunch for all public school students. Another one that says, they aren't pro-life, they're just anti-abortion. Boom, that's really, really, really clear right there. Because if you're pro-life, then you care about people after they come out of the womb. Little kids want something to eat. Pro-life. It says, this is what they voted for. Imagine voting against feeding children. Wow. Another one, pro-life equals pro-poverty equals pro-starving children. Another one, it says, time and time again, they vote against their best interests. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you picking his pocket. He'll give him something to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you. Former President Lyndon Johnson. It says, because they think the benefits might just help a hungry black kid. This isn't hard to understand at this point. The Republican Party is full of bigots, and they show it in the policy votes. Another one says, Republican politicians hate the working class. Another one says, worried about abortion with a country littered with hungry kids. Pro-life, you say. Another one, so nobody going to ask why kids going to school hungry. You know, the parent might be busy. All their money might be going to their rent, you know, and their car note and their light bill. You know, it might just be the end of the pay period, and they're getting paid in a couple of days, you know, and it hasn't made it to ends meet, you know. It might have something to do with these price gouging, price fixing grocery stores, you know. They could have just had a divorce and lost all his money in a divorce. I mean, it's countless reasons. You know, the reason why the kid is going to school hungry is not the question, you know, that you should ask. You know, did the kid deserve to suffer? You know, maybe the parents made bad decisions. So as a result, the kid should be hungry because their parents aren't making good decisions. Another comment says, take his food away from him. Another one that says, we give meals to prisoners, but we cannot even give them to our own kids, which to me is just an absolute travesty, said State Representative Kevin Raper, a longtime educator. We have to find a way to feed these kids so that then optimal learning can take place. Like, it's hard to pay attention in class when you can't hear the teacher over your stomach rumbling. Another comment that says, it's because the Ku Klux Klan was founded in Tennessee, so they have had a stronghold on the government there since the 1800s. Another one that says, yet white working class conservatives people in the South keep voting Republican. Other than racism and xenophobic beliefs, I cannot think of one reason to vote Republican ever. Another comment, it says, these people are serving themselves, not the people that voted for them. That's 100% true. Yeah, they're not representing the people that they represent. It says, House Republicans want to ban universal free school lunches. They want to ban universal. God. We want to ban universal free school lunches. You know, it says the Republican Study Committee's annual budget also calls to permanently defund UNRWA and eliminate the National Labor Relations Board. Yeah, so we don't want unions. We don't want a labor board. We don't want food to go to Palestinians. Like, nah. It says on Wednesday, the Republican Study Committee, of which some 3/4 of the House Republicans are members, released its 2025 budget entitled Fiscal Sanity to Save America. Tucked away in the 180-page austerity manifesto is a block of text concerned with crucial priority for the party, ensuring children aren't being fed at school. 8 states offer all students, regardless of household income, free school meals, and more states are trending in the direction. But while people across the country move to feed school children, congressional Republicans are looking to stop the cause. The budget, co-signed by more than 170 House Republicans, calls to eliminate the community eligibility provision from the school lunch program. The CEP, the Republicans know, allows certain schools to provide free school lunches regardless of the individual eligibility of each student. So these people are, there's not even their state, like, you know how when they talk about states' rights or whatever, you got states' rights. So the state can decide to make sure that their kids in their state all have free lunch. And then from the national perspective, they're like, screw that. We're not going to allow them to do that in their state, feed the kids. Hell no. Like, it's like we're not even using national funds. Like, we building these funds from within the state to provide for these kids. Oh, we don't give a damn where the hell the money's coming from. You're feeding kids. No, ban that shit. Screw your states' rights. It says on the environment, amid the hottest year recorded on Earth, the word climate appears 110 times and the word environment 53 times in the budget. Not one of those instances has anything to do with a positive Republican vision to address climate change to protect the environment. The RSC instead opposes the creation of the carbon tax and wants to give oil and gas companies deductions on costs like labor and safety, ramp up oil and gas projects on federal lands, and defund the Environmental Protection Agency. Screw the environment. You know, these oil and gas companies need to make more money, you know? The billions of dollars they're making already is not enough. It says the Republicans also throw their weight behind bills like Virginia Representative Bob Good's No American Climate Corps Act to stop federal funds from being used for the American Climate Corps, a revolutionary clean energy job program whose application opened next month. While millions of Americans have been surrounded by throat-scratching smog, livelihood-destroying wildfires, and relentless flooding and heat waves, the Republicans call for the prohibit the use of emergency disaster or public health emergency declarations from being used to address purported climate change. You know, I think it's a good idea to put people in jobs, you know, that help the environment. I mean, and, you know, what did they do? They did a lot of that in after the Dust Bowl and the Great Depression and all of that. That's how they got out of the Great Depression or whatever. You know, they came up with all of these policies. And, you know, and we still have a lot of those that exist today. Is how we got our parks and stuff. Like, that's good stuff. It says on reproductive rights, Republicans call for the passage of an array of anti-choice bills like Tennessee Representative Andy Agley's Ending Chemical Abortions Act of 2023, which federally outlaw the use of abortion pills, and West Virginia Representative Alex Mooney Life at Conception Act, which would designate embryos made through in vitro fertilization as being alive, even as many of the same Republicans have scrambled to claim they support IVF in the aftermath of a similar Alabama Supreme Court ruling that led multiple clinics to halt IVF procedures. Man, that shit is getting crazy when it comes to that. Like, I don't really agree with abortion, but there's a reason why it should be legal. And it's because of these women, you know, dying as a result of these, you know, pregnancies that are not viable. They don't want abortion pills. They don't even want them to be able to use IVF, and IVF actually helps people have more babies. Like, so you're voting against what you're like. You don't want abortions because you value life and you want people to make more babies or whatever, but then you're gonna push against that when they can't use IVF for women who have trouble making kids, and the IVF is an option to have. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to make a baby. Like the logic isn't there. It says, like every good Republican fiscal document, the RSC budget threatens changes to Social Security, including by raising the retirement age. Other Republican budget priorities include eliminating all future funding to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, which provides aid to Palestinian refugees, prohibited federal subsidies for high-speed rail, getting rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, reducing funding for the famously under-supported Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and eliminating the National Labor Relations Board, which under President Joe Biden has done much to protect workers' rights to organize. So again, they don't want unions or anything like that, workers' rights, people pushing against that. They don't want the Palestinians to get food. They don't want Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. What did they, the other one? Social Security. You know, they've been tapping into Social Security as a little piggy bank. You know, so they want to keep being able to tap into that piggy bank, but they don't want people to be able to actually get Social Security, because then they won't have as much funds for them to tap into and use for whatever their pet projects are. High-speed rail, you know, that again, that the lobbying related to the oil and gas industry has got us in a stranglehold. That's the reason why we're stuck in traffic for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours every day, instead of having a better way of moving around. They don't want federal subsidies for high-speed rail, which every other developed country, any other rich country like the United States has high-speed rail. It's really crazy that we don't have it. It's really, 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 really crazy. And you guys support that shit, so you want to be in traffic. You want to be worried about having a wreck every damn day. Why? Why do you support that shit? Because of your freedom? You want to be free to be in traffic? Because of the money? You're willing to spend money on everything else? Because it's too late? It's too late to start building speed rail? Your arguments don't have any merit. It's brainwashed. You've been programmed. It benefits these corporations, the ones that are running the show, the oil and gas industry, the auto industry. Of course, they don't want light rail. The people should want it. It's like, oh, you want to be a communist. You want to be a socialist. You want everybody to have the same. So, but you don't like Teslas. You don't like electric cars. But you don't want high-speed rail either. It says on guns, Republicans call to undercut or block an array of gun regulations. For instance, the budget supports defunding the constitutionally dubious red flag provisions in the so-called bipartisan Safer Communities Act. The law allocates $750 million to support ongoing state implementation of red flag laws that remove firearms from individuals who are deemed a threat to themselves or others. It doesn't force any state to do anything. Yeah, just keep everything the same. You know. Anyways, I'm gonna move on from that one. It says, not to be confused as completely frugal, the Republicans called to finish construction of border wall projects proposed by former President Donald Trump, and not to be confused as focused. The budget includes the word woke 37 times. As in previous years, the Republicans say about their master plan, the RSC budget also celebrates the work of House conservatives who have fought for legislation that preserves American values, combats Biden's woke and weaponized government, and protects the freedoms that should be enjoyed by every American. So the post, it says, a dive into the 180-page document reveals Republican priorities for 2025. Ban universal school meals for children, raise the retirement age, defund OSHA and the EPA, stop all funding to UNRWA, a UN agency that aids Palestinians, finish building Trump's wall, defund bipartisan moderate gun laws, outlaw abortion pills, and limit IVF access, get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and National Labor Relations Board, and much more. You know, out of all of these, I don't see why anybody would want to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Like, that literally protects regular folks from getting screwed over by corporations, like shady stuff that they do. You know, if it makes them money, of course they're going to do it. You need something to, you know, push against that. You know, I don't see why anybody, no matter Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, white, black, Muslim, Christian, atheist, why would anybody have a problem with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? Like, their whole job is to make sure that regular folks aren't getting screwed over by corporations. Like, and you have a problem with that? You want to get rid of that agency? Comments, it says, ban universal lunches while claiming you're pro-life. Another one that says, the GOP aren't really a political party. They're here to distract us while they sell our futures to massive corporations and the ultra wealthy, with an orange goon leading them all the way. Another one that says, why do Christians hate living children? Another comment that says, the list could include turning Dalmatians into coats for which women, and it wouldn't be out of place. Another one that says, I hate the Republicans, but don't get it twisted. I hate the Democrats too. We've all been sold out. I agree with that comment. Another comment that says, all these politicians are owned by AIPAC, but they'll launder $100 billion to Israel and Ukraine and fatten their bank accounts. I might do a whole show on AIPAC, because that's something that needs to be dug into. Comment says, I'm tired. That's a freaking... I can hear you, bro. I hear you. Another comment that says, if we don't revolt soon or do something drastic, they're going to ruin us and our parents and our children. Another one that says, it's almost like they're waging war against the public. Another one that says, why do Republicans want to defund the police? Oh, wait. It's the police that stop your boss from killing you or poisoning your drinking water. See? Another comment that says, why is starving children such an asset? Another one that says, you see, they would also starve your kids. Another comment that says, a famine in elementary school would be just so conservative nation. Another one, what the F is wrong with you? The Democrats are complicit in all of that shit. It's two wings sent one bird. It's good cop, bad cop.
Apple's share of the U.S. performance smartphone market exceeds 70%, and its share of the entire U.S. smartphone market exceeds 65%. Apple charges as much as nearly $1,600 for an iPhone. But as our complaint alleges, Apple has maintained monopoly power in the smartphone market not simply by staying ahead of the competition on the merits, but by violating federal antitrust law. Consumers should not have to pay higher prices because companies break the law. We allege that Apple has employed a strategy that relies on exclusionary, anti-competitive conduct that hurts both consumers and developers. For consumers, that has meant fewer choices, higher prices and fees, lower quality smartphones, apps, and accessories, and less innovation from Apple and its competitors. For developers, that has meant being forced to play by rules that insulate Apple from competition. And as outlined in our complaint, we allege that Apple has consolidated its monopoly power, not by making its own products better, but by making other products worse. Today, Apple's share of the U.S. performance smartphone market exceeds 70%,
and its share of the entire US smartphone market exceeds 65%. Apple charges as much as nearly $1,600 for an iPhone. But as our complaint alleges, Apple has maintained
$1,600 for a damn phone. You could buy a car for that. Man, who is paying that? I ain't never paid that much for a phone. Like, that is crazy. But, you know, a lot of it is our fault. You know, we are allowing this shit and we just keep on buying it. And then they got us brainwashed. And it's like, oh, you know, if you don't have a Apple, if you don't have an iPhone, then you're a loser. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland said in a press conference that the Supreme Court defines monopoly power as the power to control prices or exclude competition. So that's what Apple has been doing. So, you know, when people are like, oh, poor Apple, leave them alone. There's other things going on than to mess with Apple. Come on, man. This stuff is really important. You know, you're getting screwed. You know, and you have Apple isn't the best. It's definitely not the best operating software. Definitely not. And the hardware is not that good too. Like there's a lot of, you know, but there's a reason why, you know, because there is no competition. They're dominating the market, like he's saying here. And it ain't right. And the people, we suffer as a result. They have so many things that's so shitty about them. Like the way that they change the phone, you have to get a damn new charger every time. They change everything to make you buy all of these damn accessories with the damn phone. Like, so shitty. Comment says, don't know why people defend $1 trillion company. I don't understand that shit either. I really don't. Like, if you work for Apple, I guess, you know, if you got stock in Apple, I guess. But if it's not that, then what the hell, bro? Why are you defending these folks when they're screwing over you? I don't get that at all. A comment says, that's because they make the best phones, dumb. I hope you're being sarcastic. Another comment says, just because others can't compete doesn't mean it's a monopoly. Come on, you guys. God. Oh. I'm not even going to address that. Apple forgot to give 10% to the big guy. Other comment says, what the F is this? Are we becoming communists now? This is the reward for growing an amazing company in the United States now. Oh my God. Like, monopolies are not good. Okay. Lack of competition, it makes a weak economy, you know. And just because we're have antitrust laws on the books that haven't been enforced, and then someone decides to enforce it, doesn't mean we're a communist country. How is that anyways? How do you get to that conclusion that it's communism? Fucking stupid. Another comment says, imagine complaining when he's trying to save you money. I'm telling you, man. God. Government overreach again. The government, the reason why we have this stuff is because these corporations are going to do whatever. They would turn all of y'all into slaves and pay you nothing if they could. They need to be held accountable. They can't be unchecked. That's the reason why we have the 3 branches of government. That's the reason why we have the laws that we have. It's the reason why we have antitrust laws. When they founded this country, they was worried about the consolidation of power and wealth for a reason, for really good reasons, because the freedom of the people is at stake. We're all going to become slaves of this. Everything becomes one corporation and they own everything. You won't never have a chance to buy anything, own anything, have any say in anything. You'd rather that He don't want to be communist. So just let them own everything. Another comment says, is the Fed mad because Apple doesn't willingly give them our info? What? Is the Fed mad because Apple doesn't willingly give them our info? Wait a minute. Didn't we have freaking, who was it? What was the guy's name? The whistleblower guy who was talking about the back door into Apple phones and the information that's coming out of Apple. Like, you're crazy. They could get right into your phone. Right into it. Without a warrant. Comment says, making other products worse? How? Low quality, huh? My iPhone 6 still works perfectly. I have to upgrade to a new iPhone model because the old one won't break. Apple is actually forcing its competitors to improve, innovate their products to compete with them, like Samsung. Price. If you can't afford an iPhone, there's other cheaper options in the market. No one is forcing anybody to buy Apple products. Well, this person doesn't really understand what we're talking about here. Why would this guy say this? If there wasn't no evidence to support, making other companies worse, like controlling the market. It's not controlling, it's not making the other products work. Like you buy a new phone, you buy a new car, and a lot of new cars, they already have the Apple fucking connection and the software goes right into it or whatever. You could just, without having to do any setting up or anything, you put your iPhone on the dock and it all just freaking syncs up with your car, which is great, which is wonderful. But it's not the same if you had a Samsung phone. So it's more convenient for you to have the iPhone because it's going to automatically link up with all of your shit when you get into the car. So do you understand how that privileges iPhone over competitors? Another comment says, it's bewildering to me how something like this takes center court, yet you've got some of the most corrupt energy and healthcare companies the world has ever known, yet politicians keep taking their lobbying handouts. Serve justice where it's due. However, I can't help but to think smartphones are somewhere pretty far down the line in the big picture of social impact, and it relates to governing unfair and illegal businesses practiced in the U.S. I can agree. I can sympathize with this one completely. Yes. But, you got to start somewhere. If they can be successful with this one, then hopefully they can move on. Because these are you're talking about the big dogs when you're talking about the healthcare industry. What else did he say? The energy companies. Come on, bro. Those are the big dogs. Like, yes, they do need to go after them and bust them up. Absolutely. But that's going against a juggernaut. I mean, Apple is a juggernaut too, but it's like, if they can have some success with Apple, then maybe they can move on to healthcare companies and the energy companies. I don't see them having much success with this, though. Like, you could, just by reading these comments, the people don't even support it. Fucking stupid and brainwashed. They like being screwed over. Comment says, I just say y'all want more money from Apple. Another one that says, and he has an iPhone. Another one that says, I understand the need to keep competitive pricing in check, but this administration is all about communist control. Plain and simple. There goes the communism thing again. Man, the McCarthy era was very, very successful. DOJ, here's a thought. How about we focus on where taxpayers' dollars are actually going? Congressional insider trading, Epstein's client list, security for U.S. citizens, not iPhones that even Congress has issued as business write-offs. I think we should focus on where taxpayers' dollars are actually going. They should have an app where we can make some kind of choices about that or whatever. But I bet I'm willing to bet that if they came out with some legislation like that, you would have a problem with that. It says congressional insider trader. Absolutely, we need to focus on that. That is corruption at its core. Epstein's client list, at this point, at this point, that is beating a dead horse. Security for U.S. citizens, absolutely. How long have I been on? I need a break. What do you mean? Right. Hold on 1 second. Let me play this.
Every single political commentator in America, every single one of them knows this, that if you do not step out and say things that are radically pro-Israel, or if you are too quiet on certain narratives and they want you to be radically pro-Israel, you can lose everything.
Media spaces have been divided by this war. I know when we've spoken before, George, how you deplore all forms of racism, and surely anti-Semitism is a form of racism. And this issue is continually used to create division. It's created division in an emergent peripheral anti-establishment right-wing movement that was growing in America, mostly in the kind of media spaces that you and I are now familiar with. Commentators like Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson. We've just heard that Candace Owens has left the Daily Wire, no doubt in part because of the stance she's taken on this particular war and the perspective that the Daily Wire and its affiliation with the faith of Judaism and the nation of Israel, understandable given the founders, has caused rifts and division in a space that was starting to coalesce around anti-establishmentism. Also, on the left, George, what I find fascinating is that many groups and individuals that were unwilling to talk up on the matter of censorship and media control are starting to notice that when it comes to the subject of Palestine, and in particular this conflict, there is a great deal of censorship, with many people arguing that part of the reason that the US government wants to bring down TikTok is because it's a place where reporting on Gaza has been accurate and revealing. So this conflict is very, very unique and shows us the nature of the challenge we now face, because if there is to be success against the Uniparty, it seems to me that communities that are directly opposed on important issues are going to have to find common ground if we're going to make a dent in the significant power of that party. Do you see alliances as being a possibility, George? And are you looking to make those kind of alliances?
Well, first of all, free speech has to be that common ground. I have to be able to speak my truth on Israel-Palestine, and Shapiro has to be able to speak his. I can't close him down. He can't close me down. If we get into the business in the anti-establishment periphery that you talk about, of actually turning on each other's right to speak, then we have no chance whatsoever of dealing the Uniparty, the globalists, the real deep-seated problem that we have, with no chance of turning them over, no chance of replacing them. So free speech has to be the common ground. I happen to believe that even in the last 48 hours, there's reason to believe that some elements of the right of that anti-establishment periphery are coming round to my point of view on Israel-Palestine. Alec Jones, for example, is now to the left of Joe Biden. Tucker Carlson in the last 24 hours, Candace Owens in the last 2 or 3, 4 weeks. These are people that are not of the left, but they are people who were a part of our periphery, who are now beginning to challenge what was the prevailing orthodoxy on the right on this question. And I'm very glad about that. especially people who said America first. You can't say America first if it's actually Israel first, because Israel might do things that are not in America's interests. But if you have already given them a blank check, a green light, then they're going to go, and indeed Netanyahu today has said that whatever the Americans say, he's going to invade the 10th city of Rafah with his army. What could possibly go wrong? There's only 1.7 million people living there in tents. What could possibly go wrong? But yes, alliances, if not electoral alliances, then an alliance that we must defend each other's right to speak freely is, I think, a precondition of progress.
We can't continue to bring you this glorious content without the support of our partners. And what great partners they are today. Debt. It keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is the system is designed to trap you in perennial debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. But thankfully, there's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even pioneers. They find every solution fast. They can help you. I've always known him to be anti-war across the board. A lot of, indeed, American nativists or America First pundits and political figures, while dismissed widely as racist, often seem to me to be nationalist in a somewhat 20th century sense, not the worst kind of national socialism sense I'm keen to add, but just that they believe in the people of their nation. And if nation is something that's real, surely there could be some kind of bargain, pact, agreement that were there to be controls on migration, controls on the border, this must surely be accompanied by a strong anti-war commitment, not to intervene and intercede and disrupt those nations from which migrants tend to come. And of course, I know that what's important to you, George, is that those nations are losing many of their best and brightest doctors, medics, and professionals, as well as the many economic migrants, refugees, however that you want to describe them. Do you consider it to be interesting, George, the possibility that a non-imperialist, non-interventionist model, i.e. an anti-globalist model, might mean don't get involved in wars, don't get involved in exploiting the resources of these countries, and therefore it seems more reasonable and practical to manage borders sensibly? Because I know that people might be surprised to hear some of your views on migration.
Yeah, so if you really care about the immigration issue, then you need to look at the root causes of it. You know, building the walls is fine or whatever, you don't really want open borders. Holding people accountable for following the law related to immigration should be done. But you also need to look at what is causing the situation, and what impact is your government having on people immigrating? What disruptions is your government having in those same countries that are coming into your country?
Yeah, perfectly put. That is the case. Only a fool or an anarchist or a very, very rich man could possibly want open borders. I'm the leader of the workers. So part of my job, a very important part of it, is to raise the price of labor, the price of work. And of course, to do that, I have to control the supply of labor. Otherwise, the price of work will plummet. The pressure on the public services, council housing, National Health Service, places in the schools, in the nurseries, and so on, will become broken. It will become impossible for the people I represent, who are, of course, of all colors. We are a multicolored, multicultural country. So there's nothing racist about it. In fact, the free movement of labor that we had before Brexit was white labor from the European Union. It had nothing to do with color or race. It had to do with the supply of labor. And with an endless supply of labor, you have a constantly falling price of labor. Obviously, if I'm the trade union official negotiating with the factory owner and he tells me I've got 5,000 Bulgarians outside who are going to do the job cheaper than your members, I'm finished. I could use another F word, but won't. The reality is that this tendency of liberals, and they are liberals actually, small l liberals, to apply ists and isms as pejoratives to ordinary people merely standing up for their own interest is one of the reasons why leftism has such a bad name. And I'm one of those who no longer wants to hear myself described as a leftist, because left has become synonymous with liberalism, with license, with open borders, with refugees welcome here and so on. All this is inimical to the interests of the working class of all colors who are already here. Now, you are quite right to identify that one of the drivers of mass immigration, of flows of refugees, is the endless making of war on the poor countries of the global south, whether it's full out hot war or economic war or overthrowing popular governments, replacing them with dictatorships like in Latin America, for example. That's what's causing many of these refugee flows. If you stop making war on them, give them a hand up to build their own economies and their own societies, invest a bit in them, the number of people who want to leave their country will be far fewer. Look, I'm an example. My grandparents came here as Irish refugees from hunger, from famine. If there's no famine, my grandparents, great-grandparents would never have wanted to leave Ireland. Anyone who's been in Ireland, been in Scotland, knows that Ireland's better. So if you hadn't been driven out of Ireland, you wouldn't be here in the first place. So what I am very interested in is a de facto alliance between the people like Tucker, who are American firstists, who are nativists, if you like. There's no reason for hostility between him and me. I have no interest in the domestic politics of the United States of America. I just don't want them to come here. I don't want them to bomb here or there or elsewhere. I don't want them interfering in other people's countries. I take my hat off to Tucker Carlson. You and I are both in the broadcasting game. He is my captain. I take my hat off to him. And I like some of the things that he says, dislike some of the other things that he says. But I'm always listening, aren't you?
Absolutely, I am, because I think these are exactly the kind of relationships that...
Like a little side note, recently Ireland has come out and said that they support Palestine, and it's like the thing with the people starving is one of the reasons why they're saying that. And it's like they can see the plight of the Palestinians and relate it to their own history, related to famine and so forth and so on. And that stuff was caused by others, if you will. Like it wasn't from internal mistakes, if you will. It was, similar to what's happening with Palestine, in that it was created. So, the Prime Minister of Ireland, he came out recently and was like, we can see our history like before our eyes in what's happening in Palestine.
need to be explored. Indeed, in a truly representative system, there would be freedom for a degree of true diversity culturally and economically, not just within nations, but within regions, if decentralization were part of the shared goal. Full autonomy, maximum autonomy, maximum representation. Now, we've spent a lot of time at the early part of our conversation talking about how particularly fractious, historic, religious, and potent the conflict in Gaza is, how it's defined politics for more than a generation, it's defined politics for millennia, that it reaches into culture, that it reaches into economics and ideologies, even in new emergent spaces where there were extraordinary affiliations starting to form. In particular, I mean, what is known, somewhat glibly perhaps, as the alt-right. You had figures like Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens forming alliances. Now, Candace Owens has just left the Daily Wire, presumably because of differences around this conflict. I wonder what it means when Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens, on the subject of this war in particular, can't find a way of allowing each other free speech, of coming together in unity. What does it tell us? Is there something unique about this conflict? It's become divisive in places where there was at least a burgeoning sense of potential unity and real opposition.
Some of these I really want to get to the last part of this because this guy's about to make some really good comments right here, related to, like, anyways, let me let it play.
To have been a deal breaker on the issue of free speech. Candace and Ben Shapiro have quite similar views on a lot of things and ought to have been able to live with their difference on this subject. As I said earlier, Tucker Carlson, Alec Jones, and Candace Owens are all moving in this direction towards my position, and I find that very interesting and very significant and actually inevitable. I honestly can't understand how anyone can look at the pictures and videos that I'm looking at, and they are presumably looking at, and come to any other conclusion, unless you believe in exceptionalism, you see. Unless you believe that some of us are more exceptional than others. Some of us are chosen, and therefore some of us by definition are not. If you believe.
So yeah, this is the crux of this situation is, you know, exceptionalism. Some people are more important than others. Some people are human. Some people are not. You know, some people are chosen by God and some people are not. Even, you know, you've got Alex Jones has come out talking about the Palestine situation, you know, and supporting the Palestinian people. You have Tucker Carlson has come out supporting them. You know, like I said earlier in the show, it's been a shift. And what this guy is saying, you know, people are, you know, the ones that continue to support this situation feel like, you know, that's what, you know, the language is like, oh, they're animals, you know, they're not human, they're dogs, you know. So just exterminating them is justified because they're not human, they're not worthy of life, you know, and the Israel people are.
Believe that, then you'll believe anything. And if you believe that, you'll believe that the inferior will have to bow down to the superior, the unexceptional bowing down to the exceptional. And I'm religiously forbidden to believe in such things, as well as politically disinclined to do so. So I don't think it's the issue itself, it's the issue of exceptionalism. This is where my religion and my politics merge, because I believe that all of us are God's children, that none of us are exceptional, that none of us are God's chosen people.
We are
all God's chosen people. Then we need to make a world that is fair and equitable. It won't happen overnight, but it's another of the reasons why I oppose mass immigration, to which you alluded earlier. The people of Bangladesh shouldn't have to leave Bangladesh. Bangladesh should be such a beautiful and harmonious and prosperous place that we might be lucky to move to Bangladesh. That's the world I'm fighting for. And I ask everyone to join that fight.
I love it. I love it. I love it. You know, the people of Bangladesh should have a wonderful place. Palestine should have a wonderful place. Venezuela. The list goes on and on and on and on. And when people want to talk about immigration without talking about the economic warfare on places like Venezuela, and want to say that, it's just them not managing their resources properly, stealing from their people and corruption and so forth and so on. It's the same story that they say over and over again with the countries in Africa. They just can't seem to get their shit together. They don't have nothing to do with the West messing with their affairs. You know what I mean? Somebody was talking about a story related to South Africa and how they discovered gold, and then they moved out all of the black people, and and to this day, a lot of black people in South Africa are super poor, way below poverty or whatever. And then you have all of these people who are rich, like Elon Musk, richest man in the world. He was born in South Africa. His dad had an emerald mine or whatever. This is apartheid South Africa. Yeah, he's the poster child for what happens when you privilege one group over another, and allow a certain group to reap the benefits of these resources and the other group not to. So fast forward to today, and he's one of the richest people in the world, and the people that the black folks in South Africa are still poor as hell, we want to say, oh, Elon Musk is really smart, and that's the reason why is where he is today. But it don't have nothing to do with the history of how he was born and how they disenfranchised those people that lived in that area. Those people didn't get the benefits of those resources, but his people did. They weren't from there. This is a reality that needs to be faced and acknowledged, Whatever. You guys love to worship that guy. Comments. It says, I'll stop being a crazy conspiracy theorist when government stops conspiring. Another one that says, if they're black, then it's a gang. If they're Italian, it's a mob. But if they're Jewish, it's a coincidence, and you should never speak about it, Dave Chappelle. Another one that says, it's not racist to hold people accountable. Another one that says, when any criticism of Israel or Jewish behavior is automatically labeled anti-Semitic, something is wrong. And another one that says, there's no Democrat or Republican, left or right. There is only insider and outsider. Until the outsiders come together like the insiders, nothing will change. Another comment says, she is not an anti-Semite. These people are mad. Another one, Candace saying America first over Israelis made Ben Shapiro livid. Never forget. Yeah. So America first, unless it's related to Israel, then at that point, then you're anti-Semitic if you feel like America should come before Israel. Says Jordan Peterson has been remarkably quiet about this because he's a freaking grifter. Another comment, Russell Brand being called a conspiracy theorist by all news outlets should be a clear indication of how correct he is. Another one, they always call you anti-Semitic, but never a liar. Another one, we're not allowed to have an opinion on Israel. We can give our sons and money. We just can't have an opinion. Gosh, that seems fair. Another one, want to know who is controlling you and killing all the little guys? Find out whom you're not allowed to criticize. Another one says, I think it's anti-Semitic to not include Palestinians as being Semitic. Ooh. Another one says, say it with me, kids, America first. Another one, the last podcast with the rabbi was on another level of madness, unbelievable. Another one, I'm tired of being called an anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel. I guess if you don't care about truth, I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. I'm at 4 hours now and I'm tired. There was more stuff I wanted to get to. Hold on. Not that. What was it? I think it's, hold on, let me see.
Grown.
We also have a history of kind of moving in and out of Pakistan. I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago. And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan, and we did not want to see them control Central Asia. And we went to work. And it was President Reagan in partnership with the Congress, led by Democrats, who said, you know what, sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's deal with the ISI and the Pakistani military, and let's go recruit these mujahideen. And let's get some to come from Saudi Arabia and other places, importing their Wahhabi brand of Islam so that we can go beat the Soviet Union. And guess what? They retreated. They lost billions of dollars, and it led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's a very strong argument, which is, wasn't a bad investment to end the Soviet Union, but let's be careful what we sow because we will harvest. So we then left Pakistan. We said, okay, fine. You deal with the stingers that we've left all over your country. You deal with the mines that are along the border. And by the way, we don't want to have anything to do with you. In fact, we're sanctioning you. So we stopped dealing with the Pakistani military and with ISI, and we now are making up for a lot of lost time.
Out the horse's mouth, it says, it's wild how the establishment calls you a conspiracy theorist from literally quoting things that politicians say. So it says flashback to Hillary Clinton in 2011. We created Al-Qaeda. She was saying it like it was a good thing. Comments, it says, sure, we did stuff like that back then, but now intelligence community is TYT approved, completely trustworthy. Another one says, the name Al-Qaeda was invented by the FBI months prior to 9/11 in order to convince a New York court to throw in prison Muslims suspected of terrorist activities without evidence on the basis that they were members of an outlaw criminal organization. Bin Laden and his group never called themselves Al-Qaeda. Yep. It says, we are the United States of amnesia. We learn nothing because we remember nothing. It says, this reminds me of an old video talking about Obama funding ISIS. And then once Trump said Obama was the creator of it, the video quickly disappeared. It says, always a good day for this reminder. Yeah, man. We don't remember anything. There's always a distraction. They're like, look this way. Look over here. More about the ceasefire and how it's basically BS. I don't know. I think I cleared that up pretty good. Let's play this, a little bit of this.
So as you can see, I mean, this has been a major source of tension inside the Daily Wire now for months and months and months. And I think, look, what can we learn about this? I mean, first and foremost, it's a little bit hilarious, right? That this is what led to the departure over at the Daily Wire. Like Candace, look, whether you like her or not, she said a lot of things. She said a lot of controversial. She actually just did a whole segment about Brigitte Macron perhaps being a male. I haven't watched it. I haven't looked into it, just to be clear. So I don't know the merits or whatever that. But my point is that all of that was fine. And that never kicked up a hornet's nest. It was only when she started critiquing Israeli war strategy in Gaza and talking about civilian casualties did all of this come to the surface. And frankly, saying what I think are principled and more, or at the very least, principled within her framework of looking at war at Ukraine and at Israel, adopting an America First strategy. It was only that, clinging to that, which led to basically the breakup between her and this major company. And I think that we can learn quite a bit from that. I mean, there's so much to say, right? First of all, the ADL. I mean, Ben Shapiro himself has gone after the ADL. I've seen innumerable Daily Wire segments about the ADL, Censorious, and all that. And yet they're, parting ways with her immediately after the ADL, incorrectly, by the way, guilt by association smears her. It says, so-and-so is praising so-and-so. So you can't control that. If you want to attack somebody, then attack what they specifically said. They're using guilt by association. Now, we don't know, again, what the exact thing that led to the breakage between them. But prior to this, there had been not one single ounce of consternation from Daily Wire leadership, from Candace Owens. She previously had talked about how she had a good relationship inside of the company. And we all know it's because of Israel. And that's crazy. It's crazy that Candace Owens, who is a conservative commentator, who is working for an organization which was supposedly founded on the bedrock of free speech, speaking your mind, saying facts aren't facts. What is it? Facts aren't your feelings, something like that. And by sticking to what she believes in, she is effectively out of a job. And this is an organization, the Daily Wire, which honestly, I don't think they can come back from this. I'm not saying that they won't be successful and all that. Listen, I don't doubt, from a business perspective, can't help but respect it. But from a principle perspective, I think a lot of people are going to remember this. A lot of people are going to see kind of the double talk around cancel culture and free speech and what are real red lines and what aren't red lines. This has been a very, very revealing episode in the last 6-7 months or whatever, since it's been since October 7th. And this is just the latest casualty here in America. But I think the rift actually does tell you a lot about when you're in the institutional right, what you're allowed to talk about, what you're allowed not to.
Yeah, so apparently the right cancels people too. If it has to do with Israel, Green Grunwald reposted this. He says, listen to Sager's commentary today on the Daily Wire's separation from Candace Owens and what it says about free speech, cancel culture, and institutional American right. Sager got to start with that faction and understands how it really works quite well. Yep. Candace Owens freaking out of there. So the right cancels people too. It's like the right is taking up the cancel culture.
Security guarantees, some explicit but many implied security guarantees of the United States to Israel. U.S. aid, military aid to Israel, and the implied security guarantees, some explicit but many implied security guarantees of the United States to Israel, probably haven't helped Israel that much long term. It's a rich country with a highly capable population. Like every other country, it's probably best if it makes its decisions based on what it can do by itself. And I don't see any advantage to the United States. I mean, I think it's important for each country to make its own decisions. Again, I don't think you can overstate the lack of wisdom, weakness, short-term thinking of American foreign policy leadership. These are the architects of the Iraq War, of the totally pointless destruction of Libya, totally pointless destruction of Syria, and the 20-year occupation of Afghanistan that resulted in a return to the status quo. So like of the Vietnam War, their track record of the Korean War, even going back 80 years, is uninterrupted failures. I just don't have any confidence in those leaders to improve. When was the last time they improved another country? U.S.
When the last time they improved another country? Uninterrupted failures. God, it's heavy words right there. So it says the tide has turned. Who posted this? E. Michael Jones. I don't know who that is. The tide has turned. The Jews have pissed away the enormous amount of goodwill which was granted them after World War II by the country which welcomed them more than any other country in human history, and are now back where they were when St. Paul called them enemies of the entire human race. The Zionist regime must be removed from power in Israel, just as the apartheid regime was removed from power in South Africa. All Israel-American dual citizens must be removed from public office. The United States needs to support an immediate ceasefire and halt all weapons shipments to Israel. All foreign aid to Israel must now be routed to the Palestinians as reparation for war crimes committed against them. It must be used for the reconstruction of what Israel has destroyed. I don't think any of that stuff is going to happen. It says, wow, first Candace Owens, then Alex Jones, and now Tucker Carlson. You love to see it. It says, the Zionists are losing control of the narrative. They're losing an entire generation, and it's why all of these sleazy politicians who are beholden to Israel lobby are running around trying to pass hate speech legislation and internet censorship bills. The only way that they can hide the truth is if they try to silence it and call it anti-Semitic. Might I suggest that censorship, demonetization, smear campaigns, and threats are the best ways to fight anti-Semitism, though? Maybe not cheering when civilians get bombed and demanding that the American taxpayer funds those bombs would be a better idea. Just saying. It says, Alex Jones, it says, Israel has lost the high ground. This is not war. It's robotic mass genocide. Section 1091 of Title 18 United States Code prohibits genocide whether committed in time of peace or time of war. Genocide is defined in 1091 as includes violent attacks with the specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Sounds like what they're doing. It says, if you support Israel, you should not support the random killing of civilians. Israel is committing suicide with actions like this. Use your effing brain. Comment says, I support neither side. Both are committing horrendous acts. Our tax money shouldn't fund any of them. It says the deep state are salivating at the opportunity to do this domestically. It's coming. Ooh. It says, you said to Moab, Gaza, and Rose, inch by inch, now you see which way he went at Boeing and get in the grip. Man, your writing is not very. It says, mother of all bomb Gaza, in rows, inch by inch. Alex Jones totally not compromised by training. Yeah. Gotta move on. I think I'm about to get out of here, y'all. I know it was more I wanted to get to. I never get to all this stuff.
Well, I believe that both rape and sexual assault took place and condemn it unequivocally. The main source that I have relied on is one of the UN reports, where and Secretary General Guterres saying that there was sexual assault, there was rape, there was the use of sexual violence.
He's using the R word way too much there. Let me see. Is this something I have to do before I get out? Let me see. I know it was something. Let me see if it pops up. All of this stuff. Countries that get the most aid, they pay Black and brown people to loot these stores.
Smash and grabs that were happening around California, Atlanta, and shit, and people were like, "Oh, fucking, the laws are too loose."
Oh, they got that song in the background. I don't know if y'all heard about this. It says they were bashing the hell out of Black and brown children. Now everyone is silent when the mastermind is revealed. $300,000 worth of stuff. They were paying these people to go in and loot these stores. The news was just covering that stuff, eating it up. I haven't seen any news stories talking about this.
Any store. Investigators say the 53-year-old had $300,000 worth of makeup, sunglasses, and designer bags in her garage. They also found hundreds of postmarked envelopes stuffed with stolen products to resell. California Attorney General Rob Bonta filed 140 felony charges against Mack, her husband, and other alleged crime ring members. All have pleaded not guilty.
Comments, it says, been saying this, folks don't magically turn ignorant. Don't look at the puppets, look for the strings. They will lead you to the puppet master, and then you can handle your business. It says, masterminds get the peasants to run stores and steal. It says, did not hear this on the news, we know why. It says, imagine the gumption that it takes to have all that stolen stuff at your house and still plead not guilty. And they might beat it too. It says, remember people, it is what it is, but it's never what it seems. It says the Mac makeup store, my ex-girlfriend used to shop there all the time. It says Sopranos with the car theft ring. I wonder, can I find this story? California. Okay, hold on. Does it say the lady's name? I wonder if I can look this up right quick.
And her husband, for over a decade, police raided her San Diego.
Michelle Mack. Here it is. Found it. San Diego.
Begin tonight with a San Diego County woman who is accused of leading a nationwide shoplifting ring worth millions of dollars. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Carlo Cicchetto.
I'm Marcella Lee. The Bonzel woman is accused of recruiting others to steal items from Ulta beauty stores across the U.S. and then selling those stolen items online. CBS 8's Rocío Le Fay has the latest tonight on the investigation.
Michelle Mack was arrested after a 2-year-long investigation. Federal agents raided her Bonzel home on December 6th, where they say they found plenty of evidence she's a ringleader behind this criminal enterprise. Michelle Mack, who, according to search warrants, lives at this Bonzel home, is behind a nationwide shoplifting ring that targeted Ulta beauty stores in various states.
Nationwide.
The investigation, which began in 2021, says Mack paid as many as 12 people to steal from the beauty store and other retail outlets and ship the stolen goods to her post office box in Bonzel, and that Mack would then sell the items on Amazon. CHP officers first began investigating 12 people they believed were involved in retail theft at Ulta stores in Southern California, including San Diego County. Eventually, 2 of them were arrested on the East Coast. They told investigators it was a woman in California who was behind it all. The information, which included social media messages, led investigators to Mac. Documents show that Mac would give the shoplifters a list of items in retail stores to target. Mac is even said to have paid for flights, rental cars, and hotels for the shoplifters. Earlier this week, San Diego County District Attorney Summer Stephan testified before Congress about organized retail theft, calling it a major challenge across the nation.
Public safety, the safety of our children, our businesses, our communities, small and large, that is not a political issue. That's a human issue. That's a human rights issue. Nothing will thrive without safety. It is not just an economic issue. If you go to the ground level and actually talk to the employees in the stores, you will sense the fear and the trauma and how much impact this has on human beings.
Back in October, Stephan's office met with Ulta Beauty in San Marcos after the location was hit last year by a team of thieves. CBS 8 reached out to the DA's office to see whether it was the same crime ring, but we have not heard back. Ulta reveals they worked with authorities on the investigation, telling CBS 8 they have a dedicated nationwide team of investigators who work closely with various law enforcement agencies and other retailers to solve complex cases involving organized theft operations. Amazon sales records show Mac's business made nearly $2 million in 2022. She sold nearly $8 million on the site since 2012. Federal agents and CHP officers raided Mac's home on December 6th, where they are said to have found a mini store of stolen goods and cosmetics worth approximately $350,000. Lucia de la Fe, CBS 8.
Well, we know how she could pay for that nice house that she lives in. You know, that's crazy. You know, in the news, everybody in the internet, everyone was all like, California's going crazy, you know, people are just stealing out of stores left and right, you know. And, you know, there was an undertone to those comments that were racial, you know. And so, but then you come to find out that it's somebody that's a mastermind behind it all. And it's not the usual suspects, if you will, quote unquote. And it doesn't fit the narrative at all. So, yeah, there's that. It just shows how we are here in this country. You know, it's you know, we just look at the surface of things and think that we automatically already know. It's like California is a liberal ran state, and they just, you know, they want to have crime. They want to have people stealing out of stores and stuff like that. And then you come to find out what's actually happening, and then you're like, meh. Don't really care about the truth. You just want to look down on certain groups and say that they're freaking predetermined to do crime. Like they're born criminals. Like other people are born terrorists. Simplifies your life. I get it. We talked about the ceasefire pretty good already. Alabama bans DEI programs in public colleges and teaching of diverse concepts. Joanne Reed, she says, so what they're saying is black men come play on our football teams and make the coaches and schools rich, but we won't let you learn any history about yourselves. You will be required to learn to venerate dead white men, including enslavers, period. Why would any black mom allow her son to accept admission to any school in Alabama? What self-respecting black father would approve of their daughter attending school in a state where she will be taught that slavery was for the greater good, and where if she is sexually assaulted, she will be reduced to modern slavery and forced to give birth on state orders? Parents beware, wake up and stay woke. Alabama Governor Kay Ivey signed a bill making hers the latest state to enact bans on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in public colleges and offices. The legislation will go into effect October 1st. SB 129 requires that DEA DEI offices and initiatives funded by the public colleges and government agencies be eliminated or vastly changed. It also seeks to minimize teachings around race, gender, or identity called divisive concepts in the bill. The bill classifies divisive concepts as assigning fault, blame, or bias to any race, religion, gender, or nationality, or teaching that a person is inherently responsible for actions committed in the past, indirect references to slavery, and who administered it. Birmingham Mayor Randall Woodfin wrote in a Facebook post in February that he would encourage Black athletes to consider enrolling in colleges outside of Alabama if the bill becomes law, with football being a way of life in the state, particularly at powerhouses like the University of Alabama and Auburn University. It was considered a bold statement. It would be interesting if Black folks would like not go and play sports at these schools and protest this stuff. You know, they already did this in Texas, so it's already a done deal. At the school that I go to, they've already closed the DEI offices and fired all the people that worked in there. I don't even know what the office did. I've never been in there. This one, it says, Baltimore's new $1 billion jail expected to be most state-funded project in history. Like, wrap your brain around that. $1 billion jail, and then it's the most expensive state-funded project in history. So it's state-funded. And then where's the money going to go out of it? The money's going to go private. Then you're going to have slavery happening. They're willing to spend $1 billion on this. Baltimore. What is the population of Baltimore? The demographics. It's the cost of the $1 billion project is being spread across more than 5 years with an estimated completion date in 2029. Once finished, operating costs are expected to be more than $100 million per year. The facility's price tag is $443 million more than initial estimates by the Corrections Department. It's been attributed to supply chain problems and inflation. A nonpartisan legislation analysis dubbed the plan the most expensive state-run project in Maryland's history. So it says it's being attributed to supply chain problems and inflation. Oh my God, like the same shit they've been saying since COVID, you know. And you know, everyone wants government projects. This is like just free money. Like, you know, that price was inflated on purpose. Like, oh yeah, that's right, we need more money. What are we gonna tell them why we need more money? Tell them supply chain problems and inflation. Yeah. Comment, it says, I'm continually amazed at how we continue to do the same things over and over again and then have the nerve to be shocked they don't work. We have the highest prison population in the world. If jails truly made us safer, America would be utopia. More jails and prisons don't make us safe. The prison industry is largely privatized, meaning it's for-profit industry. Y'all can figure out how this is going to go. It's just about making money. You know, you ask the regular citizen and they'll be like, yeah, we need more prisons, all these crime everywhere, whatever. It's like, well, you know, the crime is actually going down. You know, it's like, oh yeah, well, we need prisons. I just saw murders on TV last night. The $1 billion spent on the children of Baltimore City would make the need for the building exponentially smaller. Exactly. So it's like earlier we were talking about the free lunch. They don't want the kids to have free lunch, but they'll spend $1 billion on a fucking prison. You know, maybe if those kids wasn't hungry in school, maybe they wouldn't end up doing some crimes. Like, call me crazy. It says now everybody in Baltimore should chill out, keep it empty, so they built that shit for nothing. They'll find a way to get people in there. Like, that won't be a problem. That's their job. That's what they do. It says, but the homeless, the hungry, the education system, No, we don't have money for that. It says if they spent that much on a prison, you know they have plans to fill it up. Absolutely. They already got the paperwork or whatever. They're gonna do it. It's gonna make way more than $1 billion. Another comment says they spend a lot of money for jail, but don't want to put that money into the community. Another one says 1 billion, guarantee they don't even put that much back into the community. Welcome to America. Another one says, I know that's not a sports car parked in front of the jailhouse. I didn't even notice that. OMG. It's probably the damn, who the hell knows? Somebody was getting all that freaking money. Like inflation, yeah. Supply chain issues, yeah. Let me go buy this Ferrari, man. I can get this Ferrari. It says $1 billion. It's a business, and they want a return on their investment. Best believe they're going to go hard to fill it up. Let me take a wild guess and what kind of people they're going to fill it with. Yeah, tell me. Y'all support that shit. It's right and just. So Kentucky, we just did Alabama, right? Alabama. Now, GOP Kentucky House votes to defund diversity, equity, and inclusion offices at public universities. House bill takes a tougher stand on DEI than a similar bill that passed the state Senate. It says the growing movement of banning DEI across the country sadly continues. The Kentucky House voted 68 to 18 for a bill that would stop funding DEI offices and ban race-based scholarships at public schools and universities. Kentucky Senate previously approved a less restrictive version. Another comment, it says, the rise of the second Jim Crow, they came after voting now programs that level the playing field. What gets me is that the diversity programs don't only benefit Black people, they level the playing field for veterans, disabled persons, women, and others. Why spite everyone just because of your fear of Black people? You know, that part is the part that a lot of people aren't saying. When they talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not just about Black people, you know, people that are handicapped, you know, they may have a wheelchair, they may have hearing or vision disabilities, you know, all of those people, you know, anyways, they don't care. They don't care. Another comment says, elections have consequences. See what happens when you sit out. Don't boo, vote. Another comment, it says, going backwards as a country. And that's what I've been saying. Totally going backwards. Really, really sad. It says, but keep them legacy admissions available. Exactly. You know, affirmative action for rich folks, or for the people who have their family donates to the schools, or to the people who their parents went to the school. You know, they get to have priority over others. They get to have the affirmative action. Another comment says, something they've been wanting to do for the longest. Yeah, man, they've been working on this shit for the longest. Ever since the civil rights era, they've been wanting to fucking undo all of that shit. And they're doing it now. And you guys are supporting that shit. Another comment says, go to HBCU. You won't have to worry about DEI. Another one says, just go to HBCU and let the other universities lose money. Another, going more and more backwards in this country. But see, there's a reason why people go to these accredited universities. It's related to their facilities and so forth and so on. You know, they defund the HBCUs, and they don't have they don't have the nice facilities. They don't have the world-renowned instructors. You know, they don't have the great sports programs. You know, if the kid wants to get into the NBA or he wants to get into the NFL, he has a much better chance of going to Alabama or something like that over going to TSU or something like that. It says Congress Republicans block aid to Haiti, of course. As Haiti grapples with escalating gang violence, congressional Republicans have chosen to withhold $40 million in crucial aid requested by the Biden administration, citing concerns over potential misuse and fears that the funds could empower the very gangs fueling the turmoil. Despite warnings of a looming humanitarian crisis and possibility of increased migration to the United States, the top Republicans on key foreign affairs committee have demanded transparency regarding the allocation of funds, underscoring a political deadlock with far-reaching implications for the Haiti stability and security. You know, if they really wanted to, if they was really concerned about how the funds would be used, then they could put things in place to ensure that the funds are used how they want them to be used or whatever, or that they don't end up in the hands of the gangs, you know. And I don't think that is the concern really, because they could do something about that. They could make sure that their money doesn't end up in the hands of the gangs. Comment says, it's astonishing how the U.S. can raid Haitian banks and supply armed gangs, yet they express fear that Haiti might misuse funds. Crazy. Fucking hypocrites. It says, President of Mexico announced his country will not allow Texas to deport migrants who illegally cross into Texas back to Mexico, calls proposed Texas law draconian. Mexico's president and foreign minister have announced that they will not accept migrants deported by the state of Texas. During a press conference, Mexican President Lopez Obrador said, "Let me say this once and for all, we will not accept deportations from the Texas government. We oppose this draconian law. It is completely contrary to human rights, completely dehumanizing, anti-Christian, unjust. It violates the norms of human coexistence, not only international law, but even violates the Bible." This announcement follows the U.S. Supreme Court's refusal to act on an emergency request from the Biden administration to halt the Texas law. The law would have allowed police to detain individuals suspected of illegally entering Texas and remove them. The enforcement of this law has once again been temporarily suspended after the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals issued a ruling that reinstates the block on Texas from enforcing SB 4 pending its eventual review by the Supreme Court. Mexico's foreign ministry also chimed in, saying they categorically reject any measure that allows state or local authorities to exercise immigration control and to arrest and return nationals or foreigners to Mexican territory. Mexico reiterates its legitimate right to protect the rights of its nationals in the United States and to determine its own politics regarding entry into its country. Like, we can control our borders too. Who's to say any of those people even came from Mexico at all? How can you send them here? Like, get all the way the F out of here. Comment says, LOL, clown thinks he's calling the shots. Bro, he's the president of his ass country. Like, yes, he could call the shots within his country. Like, what the hell do you think? Like, you know, he can't dictate anything that's going on over here in the United States, just like the United States can't dictate anything that's going on over there. What the hell are y'all thinking? Y'all think the United States runs the world, like, for real? Y'all really think that? No, they don't. That's all in your mind. Crazy ass people. Lena Hidalgo slams SB 4 Texas migrant deportation law. She says, is going after people like me. It says, you could imagine a scenario where Lena Hidalgo is Hispanic, looks Hispanic, goes for a run somewhere. What stops local police from saying, you look like you might be here on an undocumented basis, let me deport you? County Judge Lena Hidalgo interview with CNN on March 20th. So yeah, we was talking about just show them your ID, you know, it's like keep your papers with you or whatever. Like she's saying a scenario where I'm just going for a run, you know, in your neighborhood or whatever. A lot of people, when they go for a run, they're not carrying all their stuff, like their keys and their passport and ID and stuff. but they get pulled over while running and they don't have their paperwork and they could get deported and it could be completely legal, but not be able to prove it. That's one of the fundamental problems with this law. It's racist, really. It's racial profiling. You can't look at somebody and determine that they're freaking came over here illegally. You have no evidence to support that. It says Harris County officials are weighing in on new law allowing Texas law enforcement to arrest and deport migrants after it was quickly blocked by the federal appeals court just hours after going into effect. Senate Bill 4 and the confusion surrounding it could have a major impact on a county where 1 in 4 residents are immigrants. County Judge Lena Hidalgo said Wednesday morning in an interview with CNN, more than 25% of Harris County residents are foreign-born, compared to 17% statewide, according to the U.S. Census. For Hidalgo, an immigrant from Colombia, the potential impacts of SB 4 are also personal. It says, nope, we're not doing this. You're either here legally or you aren't. Fighting age men of every color are pouring through our southern border. Not today, Lena. No victimization and pandering from you. Fighting age men of every color are pouring through the southern border. I know what news you've been watching. Another comment says, is she admitting to entering the U.S. illegally? No, you dumb dipwit. Stupid ass. It says, oh, so she is here illegally. Deport her then. Oh my God. Let me stop because this is stupid. Is water wet? This clip is funny as hell. I'm not going to play it because I might get in trouble. Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner calls for ethnic cleansing of Gaza to finish the job. Kushner, who served as a key Middle East advisor to Trump, said that Gaza's waterfront property could be very valuable and urged Israel to clean it up. I saw that clip too, and that is what he said. Jared Kushner, the son-in-law, former president of presumptive 2024 Republican nominee Donald Trump, said in a recent interview that if he were in charge of Israel policy, he would push Gaza civilians into Egypt or Israel's Negev desert, a proposal that critics denounced as ethnic cleansing. We want to get as many civilians out of Rafah as possible, Kushner told the faculty chair of Harvard University Middle East Initiative, Tarek Mossad, in March 8th interview that was first reported widely on Tuesday. I think that you want to try to clear that out. I know that with diplomacy, maybe you get them into Egypt. I know that that's been refused, but with the right diplomacy, I think it would be possible, Kushner added. But in addition to that, the thing that I would try to do if I was Israel right now is I would just bulldoze something in Negev. I would try to move people in there. I know that won't be the popular thing to do, but I think that's a better option to do so you can go in and finish the job. Kushner played a central role in crafting Trump's Middle East policy during his first 4 years in the White House, and the former president's son-in-law remarks provides a potential glimpse in how the U.S. would approach Gaza if Trump wins another term in November. Earlier this month, Trump said he wants Israel to finish the problem in Gaza, a remark that Kushner echoed just 3 days later in March 8th interview. In addition to advocating the removal of civilians from Rafah, which is currently packed with more than 1.5 million people, including hundreds of thousands of children, Kushner said Gaza's waterfront property will be very valuable. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move people out and then clean it up, Kushner said. So not just the beachfront properties that would be there or whatever. You could build resorts and luxury hotels, but there's oil that's been discovered right there too. So there's that. It says Israel soldiers arrested and took away all the doctors at the Shifa hospital. There's nobody left to patients in critical condition. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not true. I'm gonna say Hamas is the doctors are Hamas. Appeals court blocks Texas migrant law hours after Supreme Court lets it take effect. Supreme Court's gonna uphold that law when it comes back again. Oh, is this the clip?
Europe took them, Jordan took them. For whatever reason, here in Gaza, there's refugees from the fighting, from an offensive attack that was staged from Gaza. Israel's going in to do, a long-term deterrence mission. And it's just, it's unfortunate that nobody's taking the refugees.
But also there are real fears on the part of Arabs, and I'm sure you talk to a lot of them, who think once Gazans leave Gaza, Netanyahu's never going to let them back in.
Maybe, but I'm not sure there's much left of Gaza at this point. So, if you think about even the construct, Gaza was not really a historical precedent, right? It was the result of a war, right? You had tribes that were in different places, but then Gaza became a thing. Egypt, used to run it. And then, over time, you had different governments that came in different ways. So you have another war, usually when wars happen, borders are changed historically over time. And so my sense is I would say, how do we deal with the terror threat that is there so that it cannot be a threat to Israel or to Egypt, right? I think that both sides are spending a fortune on military. I think neither side really wants to have, a terrorist organization enclaved right between them. And Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to, if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods. You think about all the money that's gone into this tunnel network and into all the munitions. If that would have gone into education or innovation, what could have been done? And so I think that it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but I think from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up. But I don't think that Israel has stated that they don't want the people to move back there afterwards.
You saw Tom Friedman's column on Tuesday about where he put forward a plan to get out of this. Biden should recognize the Palestinian Authority unilaterally as a state, and MBS should go to Jerusalem like Egyptian President Anwar Sadat did in 1977, and he should say, I'll normalize with Israel, I'll recognize West Jerusalem as your capital, and I'll even pay to rebuild Gaza if you recognize a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. What do you think? Good idea?
No, I don't think that's a good idea. I think that there's certain elements of it that are correct. I think proactively recognizing a Palestinian state would essentially be rewarding an act of terror that was perpetrated into Israel. So it's a super bad idea in that regard.
See the way he was holding his hands in that interview? And he what he say? It's a little bit unfortunate. And he's like, after wars, borders change or whatever, what did he say? He said something I wanted to reply to. Hold on.
But he's taking the refugees.
But also there are real fears on the part of Arabs, and I'm sure you talk to a lot of them, who think once Gazans leave Gaza, Netanyahu's never going to let them back in.
Yeah, of course they're not going to let them back in. They're ethnically cleansing the
maybe,
area.
but I'm not sure there's much left of Gaza at this point.
Not much left of Gaza at this point. Like you can't rebuild it.
So, if you think about even the construct, Gaza was not really a historical precedent, right? It was the result of a war.
Yeah, it was a result of Israel coming over there and freaking, colonizing the area and forcing those people to move.
Right,
Yeah.
you had tribes that were in different places, but then Gaza became a thing.
Because they were concentrated into that area over time by Israel. Yes, that's how it happened.
Egypt, used to run it. And then, over time, you had different governments that came in different ways. So you have another war, usually when wars happen, borders are changed historically over time. And so my sense is I would say, how do we deal with the terror threat that is there so that it cannot be a threat to Israel or to Egypt, right? I think that both sides are.
I think if you completely eradicated Palestine, Israel would still need all of those weapons. Yes, they would. It wouldn't make any difference at all, really.
They're spending a fortune on military. I think neither side really wants to have, a terrorist organization enclave right between them. And
the part where he said about them building the tunnels and stuff. It's like, okay, well, it didn't have nothing to do with how Israel treated the Palestinians, that they couldn't move around. They have to hit checkpoints and all of this. Basically, an apartheid system or whatever. It's like, okay, so they could have been spending their money on building up the beaches and making resorts and stuff. Really, they could have. Where would they have gotten the materials to do that? Israel controls everything that comes and goes outside of Palestine. They can't even get the materials to do any kind of building like that. It's a reason why they built those tunnels is because of the oppression that they were in. It's not like they were just living free willy-nilly and deciding to spend their money on freaking tunnels like that. Those kinds of talk, it completely ignores the reality of the situation there for the Palestinian people and the way that they've been treated in basically an open air prison, under oppression from the Israeli people. Like, that's completely like not acknowledging the truth of the situation. Man, screw these people anyways. I'm out. Peace and love.